closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello everyone and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen and I'm joined tonight by the poker babe, Shirley Rosario. How are you doing tonight, Shirley?
Good, Bart.
We are doing our 300 to 500 restricted buy-in, no-limit game. The blinds in this game are 5 and 5. Some of you might be wondering why I have this glass of champagne in front of me. This is the glass that Joseph Hashem drank out of, and we were thinking about possibly putting it up on eBay or some other online auction site. So keep that in mind as we continue to do the show. Well, let's get to the live action, and let's introduce the table.
In seat number 1, we have C. In seat 2, we have Jack. Adam's in seat 3. Ken is in seat 4. Nicole's in seat 5. JMX is in seat 6. Bao in seat 7. Don in seat 8. And Danny in seat 9.
Well, we got a couple of new things going on tonight, Shirley. Boy, this place is packed. We got Legends going on tonight. It's a $200, the inaugural event, $200 buy-in event. We have asked all the players to stack their chips in 20-chip denominations, so all of them should be doing that. We have our lovely Donna there behind the dealer, Greg, who's going to be help calling the action behind the table if we have any problems. So we've got contact with, there she is, Donna. She's trying to, hi, Donna. There we go. So we've got a contact with the floor and contact back through here, so hopefully we'll be able to call the action out a lot better. Now, we did a little experimental thing, Shirley, when we moved the table, we moved the cameras in these angles where it's kind of at, coming into the sphere of the table, kind of at a glancing angle.
Right.
We are moving the cameras back to head-on, behind the dealer, and in front of the dealer tomorrow. So everyone calm down.
Yes.
We know it was just an experiment. It's going to go back to the normal camera angles tomorrow. So this is the 3 to 5 game, pretty big game. 5 and 5 blinds. Yellow chips are $5 chips. 7-3, Queen 4, 2 spades on board here. Looks like someone just turned a straight there, Shirley.
Straight there, yeah.
And it didn't look like any money went in on the turn. And he takes down about a $90 pot there. Looks like he threw some money out there on the river and didn't get a call.
Yeah.
So, wow, we got a chip count here brought to us by Joker Gaming. And we're going to try to keep this thing updated really well, too. Seat number 1 there's got about 300. Seat 2 has 500. Seat 3, he's got about 1,800.
Wow.
Seat 4 has probably 500 now. Nicole in Seat 5's got about 470. Seat 6 is 340. Seat 7 is 660. Seat 8 has 230. And Seat 9 has 550. And we're going to try to do, as we do these updates from now on, kind of the differences from hour to hour. See who's been the big winner and the person. So it's a $35 raise there, seat number 3. Looks like he just had a Jack-10 offsuit, and he's going to take it down there. He's going to steal the blinds.
There's not going to be much to be taking it down with that kind of stack there.
Yeah.
So do you know the final count for how many entries we had tonight? Tonight was the $200 no-limit game.
I do not know the final count, but I have to say it's probably at least 600 because the line was solid for 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now, the guarantee was $50,000.
Oh, they're going to, twofold that at least.
But it's going to be twofold. Look at that new feature we have there up on the top of the screen. That's pot size. We're going to try to keep that updated at the end of every street.
Okay.
At the end of every betting round. And again, we're going to be back to our normal head-on camera angles tomorrow. And we've kind of adjusted this angle so that the seats 1, 2, and 3 were kind of cropped out yesterday. So we got a $30 pot here. It looked like it was limped around 6 ways. 6, 3, 8, 2 diamonds on board here. And seat number 4 there, he's going to bet $30. He has Jack 8, so he's got top pair. And it looks like someone has raised here. I think Ken bet out there right away. He bet $30. And seat 1 raised here with an open-ended straight draw. So we're going to see the turn. Turn is an 8. So
Looks
that
like he raised all in.
Oh, he went all in and he made it. But look at this, running threes comes and Ken makes a full house.
He
Wow.
made it. He didn't make it.
He makes a full house.
Yeah, but you said that
The straight
didn't make
the
it.
straight did not get there. I thought that there was a
You thought
I
he
thought
did.
the card
Yeah.
came out, but yeah, he went all in and Ken made a full house, takes it down. So again, bear with us as we try to work out some of these new technology kinks when we move the table around.
Oh, the new section's great. Did you
Oh,
see that board?
unbelievable.
We have an electronic board.
Yep,
It's wonderful.
electronic board. Of course, if you want to follow a live thread that started every night, you can go to 2plus2spelledout.com. Click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. And comments, questions, suggestions, we always appreciate. Looks like someone here is raised, I believe it's seat 4. And he's got pocket 9s. And I think he made it 40. Jack calls here with an ace-5 suited. So we're heads up pocket 9s against ace-5. And Adam's in there with 7-8. So we got about a $120 pot here going to the flop. Deuce 8 Jack. And actually it is heads up.
Yeah.
Deuce 8 Jack, all hearts. Ace-5 is going to check. And Ken is going to put in a bet here. And I'm sure he's going to take it down.
So last night when we brought Ken in the booth towards the end of the night, he was talking about those suited cards and how they can be valuable in the no-limit games. And
Valuable
this is a
from late position
late
to get in
position.
cheap.
Right.
Now, this guy called a $40 pre-flop raise out of position.
Well, I understand that, Bart, but I was going to make the point that in this game, because it is a 3 to 5, I mean, the stacks, the one that called, I mean, they have a lot of chips in front of them. So if they do hit something and can extract the chips there, you see seat 2 has like $900 in front of them, it looks like.
Now, C2 looks like he's picked up pocket jacks here, and he's in second position. And he's going to make it 30 to go here. Seat number 3, right to his immediate left, he's got 7-10 of spades. He makes the call. And we're going to be heads up again here, it looks like. Jacks against 7-10. It's about a $60 pot. Ooh, ace, ace, ace.
And they're, you
That's
know
a
what, they're all
jackpot
thinking
flop.
jackpot
Yeah.
right now. If someone has an ace.
Yeah. I believe it's just seat 2 and seat 3 in there, heads
Yeah,
up.
nobody did.
So, you know, if Adam had an ace with that kicker that qualified, and that's a great card for a jackpot, a deuce
if
goes on the
someone
turn.
had an ace, yeah, because
Yeah.
they wouldn't need a kicker.
Oh, wow, and a 4th ace comes out. And you know what?
The jack
4
is gonna
aces
play.
with a jack is going to play.
At least I tried.
Wow.
You thought it was a jackpot right on the flop.
I mean, I was hoping.
So that was a $60 pot.
I didn't have anything to play with.
And the funny thing is that
That's too bad.
you
nobody
know,
had
you
the
let
ace
if
there.
you get jacks there and you're checking it to hopefully hit a jackpot. Now a 4th ace comes on the river and someone with a king beats you, a king or a queen.
Yeah.
Now in this case, the guy only had 7-10 of spades, but it's pretty funny. You don't see 4 aces on the board very often.
No, don't see 3 of them on the board. That's why
No.
a jackpot's so hard to hit.
Yeah. Again, we are going back to our normal camera angles tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. The last thing, no, I mean, the sad thing is I knew what my hand was going in, so when I saw any bullets, I'm like, I approved it for something.
We're going to see a $40 raise here by seat number 7. It looks like he's got a king 6 suited. And that's Bao there in seat 7. And call. Pocket 9's there in seat 3. He's going to call. And we're heads up. 9's against king 6 suited. It's an $80 pot. 10 deuce 3 on the flop. Couple of clubs. And Bao's going to bet 50. And look at this. It looks like Adam's going to check raise here from seat 3. It's pocket 9's against king 6.
It's raising $150.
And he's going to check raise to $150.
150 more.
150 more. And the king 6 is going to release. And pocket 9's is going to take it down.
Okay, we still have cards up on the. There we go.
There we go.
Now it's cleared.
We're going to have to listen to me to the pot size. Again, we're
Yes.
dealing with new technology, and we just found out when we put
just
that pot
realized,
size up,
uh-huh.
the folded cards are popping back up on the screen.
Right.
So you're just going to have to follow along with me like we
We're
normally
taking
have.
off with the pot size
yeah,
for
yeah,
now.
Yeah.
I was hoping somebody else had raised or called.
All I was thinking after that is somebody's got 8, 9, 8.
Couple of limpers here.
Check.
And we're going to see, looks like four-way action. It's about a $20 pot.
4 players.
6-7 queen. Couple of diamonds. Don there in seat 8. He's got an open-ended straight draw. He chooses to take a free card. The turn is another queen. Queen of
And nobody
hearts.
still has a pair.
No, it was Jack playing. I had 10.
Let's see
Because
the
that's the one on
river.
the board.
River is a 7.
The ace is going to
So
play.
queens and 7s with an ace. Chop it up between Jack and seat number 7 there.
Unless someone can buy it
Yeah.
here.
I have a king.
Yep.
King high, ace 5, ace 5. Okay, guys, you're gonna whack up.
Chop that monster pot there.
$20 pot.
Yeah. 10
10
bucks
and
and
10.
9 bucks or something like
Yeah.
that.
Minus the drop
Uh-huh.
in the collection drop.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
So last night's party went well, and what did you think about Joe Hashem? I thought he was,
thought he was a very nice
wonderful.
guy.
I thought so too.
Very, very nice guy. And I really appreciate Barry Greenstein come on. You know, it's funny. It's like you get Barry Greenstein on the show, and Joseph Hatcham, you know, he's probably the most wanted guy in poker right now in terms of interviews. And I would have loved to continue talking with Barry longer and longer. But Joseph Hatcham, he came in, and I only had a couple of minutes, so I kind
know.
of had to hustle Barry out of there.
Right.
But he'll be back, and he said
Yeah.
he would do some hand analysis and such, and I'm really
He's-
looking forward to that.
Looks like
$30 raise here by seat 9. He's got Jack 10 offsuit. And he's going to take it down there. He's going to take the blinds.
so. I actually, while I was wandering off and you were in here with guest commentators, I was in there talking with Barry.
Yep.
He's so intelligent.
Oh,
you know.
absolutely.
And he was talking about his book, and one of the things, because he had given me a free copy of the book, and he was telling me, we were talking about the ladies' event, who was invited, and I did tell you that one of the other people that were invited was Lily, Grinder's wife, Ms. Rocky.
Yep.
And when we started mentioning Cloney, and he said that Cloney had been placing well, which I had noticed that she had placed in a few tournaments towards the World Series, and she had told Barry that it was because she had read his book. So I'm like, well, I'll make sure I read it, Barry, because I still haven't had a chance to do so.
Seat number 2 is going to raise here. He's going to make it 35 to go. He's got ace 7 offsuit from the cutoff. Trying to buy that button, but got a suited connector right to the left of him, 6-7 suited. And seat number 7 is in there with Jack 5 of diamonds. So we're looking at about a $100 pot here. 6, 7, 9. 6 7s flop 2 pairs here. And ace 7's picked up a piece of it too. Not a bad flop for ace 7 if you're looking at it.
No.
It's going to bet 50, so the pot's 150, 50 to call. You would think with bottom 2 pairs, Adam's going to raise it up
Yes,
here.
he is.
And he's going to make it 200 to go. So he's raising it 150, it looks like, making it 200 to go here. So the pot now is 350, 150 for Jack to call, and I just can't see how he can probably
No.
make this call with ace 7.
Right. He was thinking it was a good flop. No,
Yep.
not so much anymore.
Pot's 350, 150 to call. And look at this, though,
Oh.
Shirley. He's going to make the call. Wow. Well, he's got outs. Pot is now $500.
Wow.
Turn is a 6, and that fills Adam up. He's got 6s full of 7s. And he's going to check right behind ace 7.
Nice move.
And the river's a queen, trying to think like he's on a draw or something.
Yeah. Nice move.
And he might get what he wanted. He's going to induce a bluff. And look at this. Jack bet, it looked like about $50 there, and now he's moved all in, and it looks like Jack's called. Wow.
And he has him covered. I mean, he's like not
Jack's
even.
got another $900 behind him. Jack has bet. Adam has moved all in.
Oh, okay. That was his bet right there. It was like he bet $250.
So he's bet about $250 there.
And now he's moving on. Yeah, and seat 2 had bet $250. Seat 3 had moved all in. And now it's back up to seat 2 to decide whether he's going to call the all-in bet. They pulled in the original bets now.
So the original bet was $250,
That's correct.
and now Adam has raised all in. Okay.
And
so
they're,
the pot
they're
is
leaving a little bit of chips out there in front of him.
pot
but-
is $1,000 plus Adam's all in, which looks like however much behind he has, which is another $1,300. So Jack probably has $700 or $800 in front of him there. It looks like.
It doesn't look like that much
maybe
anymore. It looks like
500.
500
Okay.
now.
So if it's 500, the pot's $1,500, 500 to call.
Right.
That's where we're at. It's a $1,500 pot, and Jack's going to have to call 500. Jack made that bet there on the river, and Adam played it tricky,
He played it wonderful.
and he calls. Wow, he makes a call, and he's gone bust. Just with ace-7, Shirley.
Oh,
What
yeah.
a giant pot. $2,000 right off the bat. Right off the bat here. Well,
You have to give credit to Adam. I mean, that's exactly how you play those suited connectors like that, and
wow.
that's why.
Yeah.
Look at that pot.
$2,000.
But I do have to admit that I don't think he would have won that many chips from most players.
Oh, just with ace-7, yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And again, if you weren't here just at the beginning of the show, we have someone out there, our host there, Donna. She's out there on the floor, and she's helping us call the action. Sometimes it can get a little confusing at the different angles, and she helped us with that hand figure out. It looked like we couldn't quite figure out how much he was betting in, but he bet $250 there, seat 2, and got raised all in and then made a call there
Yeah.
with ace-7. So seat number 3 there, Adam, he had $1,830. He just won $1,000.
Well, a lot of
from-
it was his, though.
right, but he, I believe that seat 2 was up at about $800 or $900, so he added more to that stack.
Yes.
He's got 2,500 to
2,500,
3,000
yeah.
in front of him now. That's a lot for the 5-10 game to have in front of you.
That's a lot, yeah.
And he's trying to get color because that's just a lot of yellow
That's just
chips.
too many chips out there.
Yeah, too many yellow
So
chips.
he'll get rid of like 500. And we'll get a new player into seat 2.
This pot has been limped around 5 ways. So it's about a $25 pot. Ace, Queen, Jack. Danny there in seat 9's flop top 2 pairs. 3 diamonds on board.
Nobody has. Oh, there we go. Ken has 1 diamond in his hand.
Look at this. Ace, Queen is moving all in. He's moving all in into a $20 pot. $25 pot. Well, I guess there's one thing to say about trying to protect your hand. I don't necessarily know about that move because how can you really only be called if
yeah.
someone flopped a straight or a flush? But he's moved all in there with the Ace, Queen.
I had a 3 of diamonds. I was pretty close to calling it.
And again, like sometimes what I like to do with those types of hands, where I feel that I need to make a very, very big bet.
It's a $20 pot. A $40 bet would do it.
Well, I know, but there's a lot of draws like on that type of board. Sometimes, like, if I feel that I would either need to bet so much that it would seem fishy, or I would only get called by a better hand. I like to check raise because at least then you can try to get some money in
Okay,
there on
yeah.
the flop.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't see you. Go ahead. Do what you want. I didn't see you do it. My bad.
I need a setup on 00, please.
Looks like seat number 1's not stacking his chips in 20. We'll have to take a look at that.
Well, this is a new thing that we've asked the
We're
players
going to try
do.
to try to have him do that.
My apologies, man. Let me jump your action.
3 players, I believe it was a $20 raise pre-flop by Ace Queen there, and he flops top pair, so it's a $60 pot. Well, it gets checked around. The turn is an 8. The Ace Queen did not fire. And now seat 9.
I'm really curious how
He's
he's
gonna
even
bet.
in this pot.
Yeah. He's going to bet $80 with deuce 8. And Ace Queen, he's going to call. Like I said, he played this hand tricky. So the pot is now about $200. Let's see the river. River's a 9. Ace Queen is good here.
Where's seat 7? Oh, his hand is still up there, but he's not involved
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah,
He would have made
seat
2
7
pairs.
is out.
Can I get a
He's out.
setup on 0, please?
And deuce 8 continues to lead. He's going to bet 200. He's about the size of the pot here. So it's a $400 pot. 200 to call. Now Ace Queen's thinking to himself, is my hand even good now? I played it slow on the flop.
Yeah, ace king or ace queen.
No, he's got deuce 8.
Time.
He didn't bet the flop in position, trying to get tricky with it, and then the board came more and more scary. Clubs, running clubs.
He's making the call.
He's going to make the call.
Ace queen.
Yeah.
And ace queen is good, and he continues to add to his chip stack there in seat 3.
See, I know you don't like the slow playing, but I think he's playing well. He's really maximizing the chips he's gaining from these players. Although that he did put himself in a difficult situation where he had to make a tough call. But
Well, if you've got seat number 9 there, that's Danny. I don't know if we've seen him on the show that much. I don't really recognize him. You've got a super, super aggressive player in there who you know is just going to bet the turn regardless. If you check in position, well, he could be playing observant and saw that. Give him that credit.
You're in, right? Okay, you didn't miss anything. I just tried. No.
okay, Jack came back.
Yes, you did. Thank
Seat
you very
2.
much. You're playing 5? I'll get you started in case you call.
Again, we have quite a melee out on the plaza. Just an enormous amount of people here.
Yes.
I mean, we'll probably have 3 or 4 of these games, 4 or 5 500 games spread tonight.
Yeah.
It's insane. 7 players limped around. 4, 5, 7, 2 hearts. $15 bet there by seat 8. That's Don. Looks like he has flopped a set. He has. He's flopped middle set, 4, 5, 7. Jack is going to call there in seat 2 with a flush draw. Boy, that's a scary board. And these are one of these types of things, Shirley, where I might check raise there with a set because I want to put a lot more money in there. But look at this. Someone's going to raise. I believe it's Nicole. Nicole is raised to 50.
Is Nicole with the Jack 7 that we have Michael? Yeah, I think so.
Yep, Nicole's got Jack 7. She raises to 50. You would think that Don would re-raise, but he just smooth calls there with the set. Oh,
Ooh,
he's made
quads.
quads now on the turn. Wow. Pot is about $170, and it gets checked on Nicole, and she continues to bet there with top pair and a flush draw. She's going to bet 60 into about a $160 pot. 220, 60 to call. Action's on Don here with the quads. He's going to make the crying smooth call, it looks like, with quads. And Jack is going to call, and both players are drawing totally dead. So the pot is now around $300. I can't believe that Don didn't re-raise on the flop there, Shirley, when he got raised. I mean, that's a scary board. 7, 4, 5, 2 hearts.
Yeah.
He played it slow, but he got it right.
He knew the 4th 5 was coming out.
Yeah. $300 pot to the river. All players, 2 heart draws are drawing dead. Let's see the river. River's an ace. And that's a bit of an action killer there for Don.
All in here.
And he's going to move all in.
Want an increment of those 5?
And now, if you're Nicole, maybe you think Don was on maybe an ace-high flush draw. Or maybe he has a 5 that he played slow. But who in their right mind would play 3-5 slow? Well, he's got 4 5s on the turn.
Right.
And Nicole mucks there.
Oh, he doesn't even show quads.
Nope.
No call.
She doesn't show. What I was going to say to you, Shirley, is, you've got, those are the types of flops sometimes that are so coordinated. I feel that if I'm hoping either put a small bet out and get raised so I can re-raise, or I'm going to check raise.
Yes.
Because I can't really make the price big enough where someone isn't going to call with, a monster type of draw. So he bets out and he gets raised. Well, that's what you're looking for.
So you can re-raise.
Right? You bet there's a caller in between and someone on the button raises.
Yes.
I would
move in.
You'd probably move in, right?
Well,
yeah.
I would move in because he only had like $130 after he made that call.
Yeah.
Right here.
But like you said, he knew the 4th 5 was coming on the turn, so.
Yep.
6 players.
Limped around here. It's a $30 pot, I believe. $60 pot. Maybe somebody straddled or raised it up to $10. There was a straddle. So $60 pot here. 6, 8, 10. Looked like it got checked around there on the flop. The turn is a king of hearts.
Gives Adam top pair there.
Adam and seat 7.
Seat 7. Oh, yeah.
And Adam's going to bet $60 here into about a $60 pot. And Bao there, he's thinking about it. Oh, he's going to call with the weak king there, Shirley. And he's in trouble.
Okay, we are heads up here.
So the pot is now $180 to the river. King 3 against King Jack. And the river is a 9. Brings a 1 card straight to the board and 3 hearts.
I might slow the action.
Look at this, though. Adam's going to continue to bet here. He's going to bet 125 with the King Jack. Again, you wonder if it's half value bet, half defensive bet, because that's a very, very
Because if he
scary
checks
river.
in that spot, the
Yeah.
king 3 might move in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He makes the bet there, and king
Takes
3
it
lays
down.
it down. Yeah.
So our new chip counts show that, yes, seat 3 indeed has built a stack up to $2,500, and now he just won another pot.
Yeah.
So
It's probably around 26
seat
or
4 has gone
27.
up, $160.
Yeah.
Seat 7 is up $200 for the hour. Looks like seat 9 is,
Pot's been raised to
seat
10.
9 is that? That's kind of strange. He's been losing. Maybe he rebought.
Looks like we got another live straddle here. And we're going to get 5-way action, so it's a $50 pot to the flop. 6-7 king, rainbow. JMX there in seat 6. We saw him yesterday.
Yes.
He's got king 7. And
It's been checked around.
so he's checked top 2 pairs. The turn is an ace. And now he's going to put some money in here. It looks like.
Nobody has an ace, neither.
Yeah. He's going to bet $30 into about a $50 pot. So $80 pot, 30 to
Yeah,
call.
he
He's not gonna
slow-pated
get any
as long
action.
as he could. Got no action still.
Not going to get any action.
Can you bring me that setup?
And anyway, Shirley, you know, if people missed the beginning of the show, I have here in my hand the champagne glass that Joseph Hashem drank out of, and we're going to put
You
it
can't
on.
get that right.
We're going to put it on eBay.
Yeah, right.
We're going to put it on eBay, and it's right here. It's kind of like capturing the air from the world champion. I don't know. We could get a couple bucks for this, I think. It's right here. Oh, and of course the proceeds will be going to
Oh, yeah.
charity. Yeah, charity. I guess it depends on what your definition of charity is. No, I'm just kidding.
The charity of Bart.
Seat 8's got an ace king here. And he looks like he's raised to 20.
Pot's about
So we've
$95 there.
We've got 4-way action. If he raised to 20, it's about 80. 4
Well, the
Jack
blinds are
9.
there.
4 Jack 9 here, and Jack is going to immediately lead out with top pair. He's got a flush draw there too. Pretty big flop there for him with the Jack 6 of diamonds, and he bets $60. So he's betting a little under the pot. He's not going to get any action. He takes it down.
Thank you very much.
So again, we had our first event of the Legends series tonight.
Which was a $200.
no limit, no
Right.
rebuys, 50,000 guaranteed, which I'm sure is going to be doubled.
Minimum of doubled. If we do
Yeah.
get the 600 entries, that's 120,000. So a nice first prize payday for a $200 investment. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Oh, I counted it right when he got it. Actually, I've been keeping track of his chips since he sat down.
Should hire you.
Well,
You can't stop staring at me.
oh no, it's just I like to know the chips.
Some of the people, again, you can follow a live thread that started about the show by going to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. Some of the people commenting on
On the
that
hand,
big pot
the
that we had
A7
between
versus
seat
6-7,
2.
yeah.
I really thought I was in second place on that one. It was close. Thought I might have the same thing.
I mean, maybe you can see if the 7 pairs up on the turn, right, Shirley?
Yeah.
That's a difference.
I don't know. I mean, take a stab at it with that 250, but once you get raised all in, I mean, he had another 300 behind him? I think he had another
400 or 500, I think. I think
After
maybe
the
at that
250 bet?
yeah, I think maybe at that point he thought the
I think
pot was
you're
so
right.
big.
Pot's been raised to 50.
Raised to 50 there by seat 1. Got a queen jack off suit. Pretty big pre-flop raises for this game. Again, the blinds are only 5 and 5. He's going to take it down. About a $60 pot. So he picks up $10 in profit. Makes it 50 to go. A lot of action here at the bike, as Kenna James would say.
Yeah.
Come down to the bike.
He was in rare form.
Yep.
I've never sat in the booth with him and done the commentating. You always have, but I've always read people, that he's their favorite, and he's this and he's that. But I stood in here the whole time that he did it last night, and I was hysterical. I mean, he was so funny.
Six-way action here. Limped around, $30 pot. Queen 4-8, 2 spades. JMX has a flush draw there. And it gets checked around. C there's got 8-9. Queen comes here on the turn. You wonder if C's going to bet out here with second pair when that top pair pairs on the turn, and he does. He's going to bet 50 into a $30 pot, so it's an $80 pot now. 50 to call. And the flush draw goes away. When the board pairs, you've got to figure your odds out. Look at that. The rabbit cam shows a 6 of spades. He would have gotten there with the flush.
So I don't know if you realize, but Kenna's wife, Marsha, was standing over here, and when he was going off on his roll, she was asking if we could edit what he was saying. She's like, oh, man, she wanted some of the stuff cut out. He was talking about the prostitutes at the Rio.
Well, tomorrow night, of course, we're going to do our big no-limit game. And, we try to stay pretty much on schedule, with this show. But our schedule is definitely subject to change during Legends. We're going to try to put the biggest games on here that we can.
Yes.
Noah's talking about $5,000 minimum, 20, 40 no-limit, stuff like that. So.
Oh, I thought it was just 3 left.
Stay tuned for some great action this month.
And I'm sure we'll have a lot of great guest commentators.
Now, it looks like C made a call here in seat 1 and seat number 9. No. I thought it's seat number 6 against seat 1. Here we go. And he has got top pair there, JMX. And C's been making 2 calls with
Ace 7. This is twice with that Ace 7 hand.
Yep. The river is a jack, and now JMX has made kings up, so he's got to feel pretty good about his hand.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the pot is somewhere between $80 and $100.
Have a big year, I think.
But he's going to continue to bet. He's going to bet 50. Oh, and now C mucks, so maybe he was just trying to spike 2 pairs of trips.
$6 million.
Made the call there with second pair on the flop and on the turn. Usually, when somebody bets from early position, a lot of people aren't going to bet with second pair from early position. Now, you might make a check call with maybe like an Ace-7 from early position when a late position better bets, and you think maybe he's stealing it or betting on bottom pair. But for someone to come out and bet, very difficult, I think, to call there with second pair with Ace-7. Now, you could raise.
Especially the second time.
Maybe you could raise and see where he's at, but calling usually is not going to be the best strategy. $25 raise there by seat 9. Got an Ace-Jack offsuit. And seat 1's going to call here with Queen 7 suited. Maybe he's a little bit on tilt.
He likes 7.
Yep. Nicole's got pocket 5s. And we're going to see 4-way action. We got a $100 pot. Seat 7's in there with an Ace-9 offsuit. So here we go to the flop. 8-4-9. Seat 7's picked up top pair, Ace-9. $100 pot. Danny's going to make that Russell Fox continuation-esque bet. He's going to bet $80. And, boy, you wonder if Ace-9 is going to go anywhere.
I think he might move in here.
It's a $180 pot, 80 to call now.
I think he was going to check him all in.
And that's exactly what he did. Check raise all in. This question is, how much more does he have?
Well, I think it was another $200.
And Ace-Jack, he calls. He immediately calls. Wow.
Trouble.
He's going to have to spike a jack or running cards for a straight. The turn is a 6, and the river is a 7. 1 card straight there to the board, but Ace-9 is going to take it down. Wow, and Danny didn't even think about calling. Called all his chips off with Ace-Jack. Got check raised all in with 9-4-8, and seat number 7 takes down about a $500 pot flip. Wow. $580 pot. Wow.
And Masters here.
Well, men
Does
win.
that mean that he's going to?
We're getting word from from Donna out there that men win is in the room. I don't know if that means he's going to play. Well, we've seen him play in the 5-10 table before.
Uh-huh.
He's played in smaller games. I see him play in
Well,
smaller
he
games all
likes
the
to come
time.
and play on Live at the Bike, too.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
So we might, maybe, I don't know if he's going to come over and play.
He falls.
Make it 40.
$40. Think I spoke for it? I'm going to make a little more than that. They both were all in when I got.
Seat number 3. He's raised to 40. He's got ace-queen suited.
Last year's legend.
Again, pretty big raises for this blind, for this
Yes.
size blinds.
Yeah, I always like to keep the pot small.
Kind of going with that
Pre-flop.
Phil Hellmuth-esque
Well, yeah.
strategy. See what happens, see what comes on the flop.
Tournaments, you can't chop it up like that. Like in years, yes, you can.
You know, Hellmuth doesn't even like to re-raise a lot pre-flop, even with monster hands. I mean, with a hand such as something as strong as queens or kings, sometimes he
I've
doesn't
seen
even
him
re-raise.
actually like lay down queens or kings pre-flop.
Right.
because-
Right. He's a very conservative player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he knows he can outplay his opponents after the flop. Why risk all your chips
Right.
pre-flop, even if the guy has something as bad as like ace, ace 6.
Right. Right.
He could still lose. So, and that's what
right.
he says.
Yeah. He doesn't want to put his tournament life on the line.
Right.
Yeah.
When he can accumulate chips better by playing smaller pots later down the line.
Right.
Come on, be honest. You read the script on that one.
Oh, yeah, boy.
And I understand actually the theory behind that, but now people know how he plays. So, people knows he'll make laydowns, so people, I think, push him around a little bit more now.
5-way action here. It's limped around. It's a $25 pot. Ace 4-10 on the flop. Rainbow. Seat 1 has got an ace rag. He's in the lead. He's going to bet $40 with ace 7. And he's going to take it down. Well, he was talking about his strategy when he was doing the webcast or the audio cast during the final table. If he's going to call a big raise pre-flop, he's got to have something very, very strong.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the final table at the World Series of Poker?
Yeah.
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 I think I only got on towards the end of the night. Was it Phil talking?
Well, there were so many different
Chris
people
Ferguson
bouncing
was
in
talking.
and out. Yeah. Jennifer Harmon was on
Yeah,
there.
I didn't hear her. I was on really late night when I started watching.
Pot has been raised.
It looks like the big blind is going to raise here.
Straddle blind.
And he's actually the straddler. So he's straddled. So we see this commonly, Shirley, where you see a couple of limpers in there with the straddle, and the straddler tries to take it down.
Uh-huh.
And he only has 4-6 off suit here, and he's going to make this. And he's going to take it down, so he makes $30. And that is a very, very common play.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
That we see people make if there's maybe 3 or 4 limpers in
Yeah.
there. And,
You just wanna
you got to
pick
be
up the
careful,
40
though,
bucks.
because people are starting to learn that that's what the straddler does if they're
Yeah.
aggressive, and they might limp in with a big hand, hoping that you do that.
Seat 9, Andy.
Seat number 9, we have a new player coming in. It's Andy.
$20. $20 raise.
And here's Nicole. She's got that token toothpick in her mouth. Looks like there's a $20 raise here.
3 to 5, wherever you want to be.
And that's coming in there by seat 4. He had pocket 5s. He doesn't give him the action, and he takes it down.
Yellow for that?
Yes.
I got more.
The other thing that we might be doing, Shirley, too, is because this show starts at 6 o'clock Pacific time and goes to 10 Pacific time, and because the tournaments are starting at 4:15, we might start off with different games and move larger games on in the middle of the game. Say, maybe a 61-20 limit hold'em game at 8 o'clock, but because you got to wait for enough players to get knocked out.
Yeah.
4 hours later for them to come back.
Right.
It might not be strong enough to
So
start
then
spreading
like
that
on
game
Table
at 6.
Talk, we'll take like 5 minutes at a time and switch them off?
Right, something like that, yeah. But again, we want to do, the bigger the games, the better.
Well, I'm sure that's not going to happen tonight because tonight was a smaller buy-in.
No,
I think once
no,
we get a little
yeah.
deeper in the tournament where we have $500 and $1,000 buy-ins, we'll have the bigger,
bigger no
higher
one
limit
gives.
games.
Yeah. Pot was limped around 6 ways, $30 pot, ace 5 queen, 2 spades.
Like a deuce 5.
Don there in seat 8, he's got ace rag. And actually, Don's not in the hand there. We got 5-way action.
C3 has deuce 5, I think, instead of deuce 6, and it looks like he has the best hand, right? Oh, he's folding.
Well, Andy there has bet, it looks like, out of seat 9 with absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
He's
that
got
deuce
30.
5 looked like it was the best hand from what I saw.
It's kind of a tough call to make there with deuce 5
Yeah,
of
I think
diamonds
so.
on that
I know
flop.
that. I know that.
Andy was the, he had posted, he was the new player, so that's why he was in that hand.
That's right. So it's in -4. Thank you, Andy. Call me Jimmy the Screwdriver. Well, jackhammer was already taken, so I went with Screwdriver.
You play 6-card Omaha over here between the three of us.
When we did this, I was
So tomorrow's event for the Legends is the Omaha event.
For you.
I believe it's $300 buy-in.
Are you playing in that event?
I am going to play.
$30.
Seat 1, he's going to raise to $30. He's got 3-4 offsuit. That's C. The button's going to call with a 5 deuce suited. So we've got he's got some action
5
players
deuce
in there.
Suited.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see 2 5 deuce.
Yeah.
One unsuited, one.
Yeah. But the deuce 5 unsuited's coming in there too for $30 raise. So we got 3-way action here at about a $90 pot.
And they all have crap.
6, 7, 7.
Don't piss him off. No, if you give him a bad beat, he embeds it in your eye.
3-4's got a gut shot. It gets checked around.
2 of the 5s are out already, though.
The turn is a 3,
It gives C the best hand.
but it gives the other players, straight draws now to the 4. And 3-4 is going to bet here $85. Jack's sitting there at deuce 5.
He's
Is he
actually
going to make a
thinking,
call?
I don't think he would make a call. I think he might make a move here.
Because if a 4 comes again, you have to realize, Shirley, if a 4 comes, anyone with a 5 you're going to chop it with, too. It's 1 card
Yeah,
straight
but
to
who
the
would
board.
think that someone else would have a 5 and a $30 pre-flop?
Again, and the beautiful thing about this, and we see that a Jack of Hearts comes on the Rabbit Cam, the beautiful thing about this now is that we haven't seen any of these players show down these hands yet. Now, you start seeing better players pick off these other players because, they start showing down some of this garbage, but that hasn't really happened yet.
Oh, I popped jacks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nicole, good luck to all of you.
Oh, I win. Pocket jack. Yeah, Jack on the river. Pocket jack.
You would have beat you in pocket jack.
New dealer coming into the game here. So it looks like we definitely got a couple of interesting pre-flop hand criteria by people there in seat 9, seat 1, and seat 2. But No Limit Hold'em is not just about the cards.
Right.
Wow, we got a $45 raise and a re-raise to 145, and Nicole has made the re-raise, and she's got pocket kings. Yep. And she's a pretty tight player.
No, there's not going to be any playing involved here. Just going to get out of here.
And
That's it. She won
seat
that
number
one.
3 there, who looked like he brought it in with deuce 8 offsuit.
Should have slow played again.
Wow. And she takes it down. Well, this is a first here, Shirley, kind of, again, breaking that third wall. I said that the ace-jack a couple of hands ago made a Russell Fox-esque continuation bet. And Russell Fox on 2+2 posts up and says, Russell Fox continuation bet equals good. Continuing on when you're faced with an all-in bet equals bad. So thanks for that, Russell. And then the comment about pocket kings and pocket aces, I'm sure that will come along too at some point.
What's that? Was that a Russ?
You'll see.
Russ again? Okay.
Raise here to 35. And Ken there brought it in with the ace-10 of diamonds, and he gets called in 3 spots, so it's a $105 pot. Ace-8-3. He's got the top pair. Now, see, he's been stuck again with these second pairs. He's got the 8. Let's see what happens here. But Jack looks like he bet.
He's the one.
Jack bet with the king 9. And look at this. C makes a call, and Ken just calls. He doesn't raise with his ace. So now we've got about a $300 pot. Oh, this is interesting. Jack made the bet. The turn is a deuce. It's a third club. $300 pot. And Jack continues to bet, and Ken lays down the ace-10. And again, C makes that call, spiking the 2 pairs. He's got the 8 of clubs in his hand now, though, too, Shirley. It's a $100 bet. 400 in the pot, 100 to call. Ace-10 has laid down the best hand. Jack making a stone-cold bluff. He has no draw. And C's got a pair and a flush draw. And he looks like he wants to make a crying call here, Shirley. And he's going to make the call. $500 pot. If the club comes, he doesn't even know if his hand is good. Let's see the river.
And if the club doesn't come, he doesn't have much, like...
Yeah, it's a 10. It's another overcard to his 8.
If this guy fires out again...
No, Jack gives up. It goes check, check. C's going to take it down to 7-8. Let's see what Keith must look like here. Keith has got to be really upset with himself in seat 4.
Because if he made another bet, he wasn't going to call off those last $50, even though if it was only $50, he wasn't going to call. I don't think he would with the pair of 8s. I think he was looking to hit another club.
Of course, ace-10 would have been aces up at the end. But I think where Ken went wrong there is probably not raising the flop there, seeing where he's at with his ace-10. Mm-hmm. And then he just laid it down there on the turn. And C, who seems to have just been calling with second pairs, he's done it 3 times now. He just got lucky that the guy to his left is bluffing.
And decided to stop, right?
Decided to give up on the river.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there goes C stacking up his chips in a tower again instead of the 20s.
Well, seat number 3 there, Adam. He's going to make it 25 to go.
I think Donna will smack him upside his head.
Got 6-7 off suit. Maybe 25 to go. Nicole's got pocket 8s, and she calls. And we're going to see 5-way action here. $125 pot. Deuce, 3-3. Now, this is always difficult with these pairs now. Nicole's got an overpair to the board now. She's got pocket 8s. Deuce, 3-3. What is she going to do? It's a $50 bet by Adam. This is one of the toughest spots that I think you can be in.
I would move in right there.
Really? With all the people behind you, too?
No.
Looks like she's going to raise. She's going to make it 100.
I don't like that raise at all, but...
Well, we talk about trying to, gain the minimum, trying to put in the minimum for your information there, and maybe she thinks if the guy comes over the top, she'll muck.
Yeah.
So.
But if the guy had the open and straight draw, he's getting the right price by her raise because she only doubled his bet. He bet 50, she made it 100.
Right, but this guy is the original pre-flop raiser, though. So she's trying to find out if he's got an overpair or just ace king.
Like the raise.
And look, she's put in the minimum and she got the information there. And I would have to say that if he moved in over the top of her all in, she would probably muck. So
she would lay her down.
I think she was trying to put in again that minimum money to find information. I don't even know if I mean, you can call me tight. I might have laid down those 8s there. I've just been in that spot before. A lot of people there. There's 5 other people that could be sandbagging a 3.
I don't think there's 2 people that would sit in the booth that play totally opposite as me and you, huh?
It's funny because I'm actually pretty aggressive, too. I don't know if you believe it or not.
Well, you don't come across that way at all.
We won't get into Queen 10 against Queen 7 yesterday, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I do so much commentating with you, and I don't remember how I was in the situation where I even had Queen 7. But I do so much commentating with you. I'm like, he doesn't like to slow play. He probably has a queen, but I think we might have been in the blinds, right?
Yeah, we both
Because I
had
had Queen
3
7,
queens.
he had Queen 10, and I called him. 'Cause I'm
Turn
like,
was a queen. Top pair on board was a queen.
Right. The turn was a queen. We had 3. And we chopped the pot. I got lucky on the river.
$50 raise here by seat number 9. Look, we can't quite see his cards, so he's going to have to put his cards there in front. There we go. He's got ace-9 suited. Look at C. He's going to make the call here with king-queen offsuit. So we're going to see heads up here, $100 pot, ace-9 against king-queen. Wow, ace-8. See how Andy plays it. How did I know he was going to check there? How did I know? He's going to check. And, oh, look at this, though. C's going to fire. He's going to bet $50. Well, there isn't, obviously, there aren't a lot of draws out there. So let's see if this guy just check calls. He's going to make the call. $200 pot. Remember, he looks exactly like he did, I believe, when he... Oh, he wasn't the guy that made it quads. Queen there on the turn. Now C's got a pair. $200 pot. And ace-9 looks like he checks again.
C should check here. It's good enough. It's good enough to hold up, and he's only going to get called with him, but somebody with an ace.
Gonna bet again. So it's a $300 pot. He bets 100, 300, 100 to call, and now Andy moves all in. Looks like for another $270.
So an additional $170.
Yep.
So C got himself in a mess on this one.
Pot is $570 now, 170 to call. And I think C is going to make the call the way he's been playing here,
Yeah,
Shirley.
he shouldn't have bet that.
I think he said he's going to call. I wouldn't be surprised. 570 in the pot, 170 to call. Did C say he called? And C is going to call. So we're looking at about a $750 pot. Yep, drawing totally dead. And Andy turns over ace-9. Inconsequential river.
Yeah, I think that was one of the worst played hands of the hour, besides the ace-7.
By which guy?
By C. He had position on that hand when he finally made his queen. He should have checked there. He was only going to get called if he was beat.
Unless the guy had something like pocket kings, right? And he's got another king in his hand.
He's only going to get called by his beat if he's beat. I mean, an 8's not going to call him. He's not going to get a value bet. He's only going to commit chips that he unnecessarily needs to commit. And if he has to call on the river, he has to call on the river $100 or something like that.
Seat number 4. Got pocket 2s. He's going to raise to 40. And we're going to see kind of a family pot here. Again, big pots tonight. Ken brought this one in for a $40 raise. C's called the 5-9 suited in seat 1. And Jack, I believe, is moving all in over the top with pocket 4s.
And Ken's calling with deuces.
$130 re-raise, and he's going to call with deuces.
Now, I'm
and
really surprised by that.
Now, C's got to lay this hand down, right, Shirley? Is he going to gamble and call with 5-9 suited? He is. He's going to make the call. We're looking at a $500 pot.
And he's like giving up, but he's actually looking pretty good.
A re-raise and an all-in. Yeah, for the pot odds that he has, he's in great shape. He's not in the lead, but he's got overcards. Deuces, 4s, and 5-9 suited. Deuces is still in the hand in seat 4 there.
He's all proud. I have 5-9.
So we're looking at a $500 pot here. Amazing action. Ooh, ace, jack, queen. No help. Pocket fours is still in the lead. The turn is a king of diamonds. Gives 5-9. A flush draw now.
Put a 10.
And the river's an 8. And pocket fours holds up. Wow. Jack is going to triple through. Unbelievable. How do you call with 9-5 suited to a raise, a re-raise all in, and a call all in?
How do you
It's
call
amazing.
with deuces too?
Oh.
You call with those small pairs when there's a lot of chips behind
Well,
your opponent.
well, what it was
he
was
moved all in,
I think what it was he was hoping that the guy had something like ace king or ace queen.
and he was already a little bit committed. Yeah.
But again, it's a situation you figure those calls out, Shirley, by figuring out a range of hands that the guy is on. Okay, let's say 60% of the time the guy has a couple overcards. Well, you're really a slight favorite, like 51% with pocket deuces over ace king, okay? But the other 40%, he's a 4-1 favorite over you with a higher pair.
Right.
You've got to multiply those odds, and usually
Right.
it means you're not going to call.
Right. At best, you're in
yeah.
a race situation.
Yeah.
And at worst, you're
only
totally
60%
dominating.
of the time.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why you don't normally want to make a call all in with that hand. And it looks like C has gotten up there out of seat 1. Pocket jacks here for seat 6. JMX, he's going to make it 40 to go. Wow, seat 7 is going to come in with a king deuce suited right to his left.
We have pocket 6. No, he has 6-5 there.
And seat
wait.
9 is in there with a 5-6.
Jacks. That's what it is, jacks.
So we've got 4-way action, and Adam's in there with queen 10. Is it 5-way action? 4-way action times
And Ken's looking good here with ace 3.
Ace, deuce, ace on the flop. It's a $160 pot. Seat 4 is looking real good. He called a $40 pre-flop raise. He's not in the hand. No, he's not in the hand. I didn't think so.
Who, Ken?
No,
Oh, he
he's-
folded.
He's not
Okay.
in the hand. No. Ace 3 is not in the hand. I didn't think he would call ace 3 for $40.
He calls 80 with deuces.
Now look at this. Jacks bets, and Bao in seat 7, he raises with king deuce. He's going to make a raise. Jacks is in the lead here. And he might take it down here, Shirley.
I think so, too.
Look at this. Jacks mucks face up, and look at this. He shows king deuce. He shows JMX king deuce, and it can't make him happy.
Nice play.
And he says, nice play.
As he's steaming inside.
You know, Kev Math on 2+2, he writes, I was watching this before we came into the broadcast booth. He was talking about ESPN's coverage of the U.S. Open of competitive eating.
Uh-huh.
And, oh my goodness.
Well, I was watching
5
hot dogs.
pounds of chili cheese fries in 6 minutes. It was just, I mean, the Nathan's hot dogs thing is one thing, but when you start getting into the chili cheese fries and the potato skins and the
Do they-
Italian chopped salads, and,
Do they go, like,
antipasta,
continuously?
pounds of antipasta.
Like
Yeah,
they
it was
do
just-
the hot dogs and then 10 minutes later they start on the chili fries?
this was something different. They had to do like 5 different foods. They walked around and they had to finish pounds of these different foods.
So they are eating all of them in like one day?
Yeah.
Oh, yuck. Because I was thinking I could probably eat a lot of hot dogs. One time, you know? Probably not, I can't eat 40. But. Yeah, because it was something like 48 hot dogs, right?
48 hot dogs for the
I
record.
think so.
You tell me you could eat 48 hot dogs?
Hell no, I couldn't, but I can eat a lot. I could eat 5.
$75 main pot here. It's a 3 flush with a 10. JMX has got the queen 10, so he's got a pretty good hand here. And it gets checked around, though, and now another 10 comes on the turn. You got to think seat 6 is going to put some money in now. Can't believe he didn't bet that in position again, though. But seat 2, he comes and he bets on a bluff for 35. Adam calls with a pair and a flush draw. Or excuse me, Ken calls with deuce 4 there in seat 4. Wow.
No
Adam
way.
bets with 6-5.
He
Ken
sure
calls
does
with
have
deuce
deuce
4.
4.
Wow.
Oh, pair of deuces.
And queen 10 is going to check raise 35 more. So, or excuse me, he's going to raise in position 35 more. So a bet by Adam. He bets 35. Ken calls with deuce 4 with no hearts. And JMX raises with queen 10. And again, though, it gets back to the point, why wouldn't JMX bet that flop in position if it was checked to you with queen 10?
I don't know.
And we can see that the rabbit cam is a 9 of hearts. So we would have made the flush. $10 raise here by seat 9. He has ace 4 offsuit.
Seat 9?
Yep.
That's what they all say when they raise.
Yep, seat 9 raised. Ace 4 offsuit. And we're seeing a family pot here. 6-way action. It's a $30 pot. Flop is a jack 3-5. JMX has picked up top pair. He's going to bet 25 out of seat 6 with queen jack. And Andy's going to call here. He's got a gut shot wheel draw on seat 9 with ace 4. But look at this, seat number 3. He's going to raise with a stone cold bluff. He's just got a couple of overcards. He makes it 100. This is a difficult call out of position there for queen jack. King queen is raised to 100, pushing his chips around. And seat 6 does not like it. 75 more. And look at this, he's just going to call. He's going to make the call. And now, Andy is still... Oh, Andy is mucked. So we're heads up, king queen against queen jack. Pot's about $250. The turn is a 7. Wow, JMX has got a flush draw now. But Adam's going to come out. He check raised the flop. And now he's going to bet 100. And queen jack is going to move all in. And Adam's probably going to have to be done with the hand now.
Yeah.
He was just bluffing. He's going to move all in over the top. It was a $100 bet. He calls the 100, moves in for another 110, it looks like. So the pot is about $520. 110 to call. Is he going to call with king queen? Well, he's getting about 4 to 1 on his.
He has 2 overs,
Yeah.
but we know he only has 1 over.
And a 6 comes on the river.
I got a jack.
And again, Adam doesn't show down that garbage hand that he has.
We also have,
No, nice draw.
Well, like I said, he probably thought he had 2 overs.
Mm-hmm. And it was, what, a $600 pot when he called the 100? 6
Yeah.
to 1 on your money?
Yeah. Well, I think it was about 500, 100 more to call, so.
Right. I like the way he's been playing. I mean, his attempt failed this time, but I like the way he's been playing. I probably would have laid down the jack. Queen kicker, not on the turn once I made the flush draw. Maybe it was the amount of the raise. He only raised $70 more.
Well, I don't really understand the point of check raising with absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Again, JMX has bet with a couple people behind him, which means he probably has to have hit the flop at least somehow. So,
But it's not always about the cards. I mean, he could have picked up a situation, like read a situation.
King 8-6 here, Jack in seat 2. He's got a flush draw. He bets in position, and he's going to take it down.
Oh, here it is. I got it.
$18 tables going in the plaza. Right
On the
now.
higher limit section, yeah.
That includes
That's
the no
about
limit
like what,
and
1/8 of the whole
10, 20 and
casino.
up.
It's just a small portion of the casino. I don't know how many tables we have in here in total, but 18 means every game's going. Right? Didn't we say we had 18 new tables up there? Yeah.
10-6-3 here on the flop. Look at this. Jack's flop 2 pairs. And Nicole has led here with pocket 8s. She's only got 1 overcard. And Jack just smooth calls here. Up and down pairs. See the turn. Turns an 8. Look at this. Nicole spiked a set. And Jack's in big trouble now as he slow played 2 pairs.
Oh, wait. I found it. 45.
And she's bet 45. And it looks like he's just going to call again. So the pot is approaching about $200 now. The river's a 5. Boy, that's a bad card. 3 spades on board. she's going to bet here again. It's about a $200 pot, and she's going to bet 100. Wow, and he's thinking about mucking here.
And she called instantly.
And look at this. He moves all in. He waits to the river. He thinks he was slow playing her all the way. Little does he know that she had her. He moves all in, and she grabs him there with a set of 8s. Boy. Well, I'm going to say he misplayed the hand. You might have a different opinion about it, but she...
Because he slow played it, you're saying?
Well, if he shows a little strength on the flop there...
Especially with the 2 hearts.
Probably can get her away from it. But the other thing, too, is that he's waiting to the river to move all in here. I
right.
mean,
Well, when there were 3 spades out there, I mean, that was... I don't like that. And I am in favor of slow playing hands on occasion, but not usually when there's 2 flush cards out there and, some combinations that could bite you in the butt later.
well,
It did cost him.
well, he was just, again, just going through what he was thinking. He's thinking he has a good enough hand to go all in, and he's just letting free cards after free cards comes out. At this point now, he only has 2 pairs. She spikes a set on there on the turn, and he just got schooled.
Right.
Pocket queens here for seat 6 in the small blind. Seat number 9, he's going to bring it in for 25. He's got 7-8 offsuit. That's Andy.
70.
And seat 2 has re-raised to 70. He's only got 9-10 of spades. This is the guy that just went bust. He bought more, and now queens is going to re-raise. So a raise by 7-8 suit, say 7-8 offsuit, a re-raise to 70 by 9-10 suited, and queens has made it looks like about 150 more.
Yeah, don't shoot the rest. We're good.
We got rid of him.
And I think Jack was kind of on a short buy, so he's pretty much all in. So we're going to see all 5 cards, queens against 9-10 of spades, and Jack is kind of self-destructed here a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, 9-10-6. JMX is going to need that board to pair up here. The turn is a
Yeah,
deuce. He
that's it.
needs a 6 or a deuce or a queen here. And the river is a 5. Wow, Jack takes him down.
And the other player folded 7-8, right? He
Yep.
flopped a straight.
Yep, folded 7-8.
Yeah.
You were thinking about it, right? Yeah, you were thinking about it.
They're saying you're thinking about it to a raise, a re-raise, and a re-raise. I raise with 7-8 offsuit. Guy makes it 70 to go. Guy in the blind makes it 150. Am I going to call with 7-8 offsuit? I get,
Some people might.
some people might.
Well, we saw the guy called with 5-9. So
Yep.
You're not supposed to win those. If I was ahead a little more, you'll be dinner.
Fortunately, you had 7.
Nicole's going to bring this one in to 20. She's got ace-jack offsuit. She's going to get calls here. Family pot. 5-way action, $100 pot. Jack 10 deuce. And Andy's in big trouble, I got to tell you, Shirley.
Mm-hmm.
Andy's got queen jack, but Nicole, what a flop. She's got ace jack. She's going to bet 60. And queen jack is just going to call. Wow, you got to think that maybe the guy's on some sort of draw. It's a $220 pot to the turn. Turn is an ace. That gives Nicole aces up. It's a 3rd heart, and it's probably an action killer.
she's still betting out into it. I think she said 130.
And let's see what Andy does here. Andy's going to muck. Again, that was a bad card to get action from. If you're against queen jack,
Yeah.
ace of hearts comes on the turn. got a straddle there by Adam in seat 3. Adam has an ace-6 suited in the straddle position. 4-way action, $40 pot. Four, 9, 8, 2 clubs. Andy in seat 9's got a club draw. It gets checked around.
And he
the
just hit
turn
it.
is a 3 of clubs, and he's got the flush. And he's checked it again, Shirley. He's checked it from up front again. And luckily, someone's betting. But, boy, when I've got a low flush there, why would I want someone like ace-7 to get a free ride? But look at this. He's going to get what he wants. He's check-raised all in.
He got a little bit more chips from that.
Yeah.
The ace clubs can't make that call.
Well, not for an all-in. It's $500 more all-in, looks like. The pot was about, probably about $80, so it's about a $600 pot, $500 to call here. Jack mucks the Jack 8, and ace-7 is going to go away.
Yeah.
River card was an 8 of spades.
I've got aces, kings, queen, ace, king, ace, queen.
So what events are you going to play in Legends?
I don't think I'm going to be playing many events because I'm going to be in here.
Uh-huh.
So
Well, you still have Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
I do. I might play in the limit $350 bounty event next Tuesday night, but those are my days off. I play poker for a living. I'm not a huge tournament player. I think my bread and butter is in cash games, so I tend to not necessarily want to come down here and fight traffic to come and play a tournament
Well,
on my
I
days
don't
off.
live far from here, so and I do like to do it.
Almost.
I love tournaments.
Almost raising.
Our new player in seat 1 is Robert.
6-6 deuce. Nicole's got the nut flush draw.
It's almost amounts to
And Ken, he's bet. He's got absolutely nothing. Let's see what Nicole does. She's going to call. And Adam's going to come in there with King 10, perhaps trying to set up a play later on. See what the turn is. Turn's a queen of clubs, and Nicole's got the nut flush. And this might make Adam stick around now.
Yeah.
He's got the king of clubs in his hand. Nicole's going to bet 50 into about a $100 pot, or about a $75 pot. So the pot is $125, 50 to call. And Adam's going to make the call. And he is drawing totally dead. About $175 pot now. See the river. River's a 5. Gets checked to Nicole, and she's going to bet here again. She's going to bet 100.
She said 80.
Oh, 80. I think Adam can pick his spots a little bit better here. I don't know what he's thinking about. If he's thinking about trying to check raise and make a move. He's not going to just call with king high here.
No.
Okay, he's mucked.
That's queen's full, huh?
That's fairly effective there.
Pocket aces for seat 3. He's in the big blind. And actually, he's in the small blind. And pocket kings for seat 8, or seat 9.
Seat 9.
But seat number 6, he's the raiser. He's raised with ace
And
jack.
we have aces in seat
Yeah,
3.
that's just
Yeah.
aces and kings. So pocket kings re-raises to 140. Ace jack raises, pocket kings makes it 140 to go. And aces is sitting there in seat 3, Adam, the big stack. And boy, if he shoves in, I bet you Andy's going to call. And Andy's got a lot of money in front of him. I mean, Adam doesn't even need to get tricky with this.
Well, we know that because we can see it. But he doesn't know the guy has kings. He doesn't know he's going to get the call.
But he's just making the call
He's
there,
just
Shirley.
calling.
There's another player in between. I would think you might want to re-raise a little bit. He's just going to smooth call, though.
Re-raise to get the other player out?
Yeah.
All right, see, I don't know.
Well, let's see if JMX leaves here. A re-raise on a call in between. Ace-Jack off suit does not look that good now. It's $140 to go. I believe it's $115 more for him to call. And we're talking about hand selection here, Shirley. This hand
Yeah,
goes
I
in
don't
the
see
muck
how
quick.
he could be thinking about this so long.
Yeah. A raise to 25, a re-raise
The raise
to
is fine,
a
yeah.
re-raise to 145, a call in the blind, and it's 120 back to him. He's going to muck, so we'll cross our fingers and hope we see a raggy board here. One of the aces is dead. And I think Aces said he checked blind. Well, deuce, 4-5, 2 hearts. And look at this, both players have the ace of hearts, and they both go all in, and we're going to see a call
both
here.
do.
So this is a huge pot. Kings
both go
goes all
hard.
in, and Aces calls. And boy, Kings is in big trouble. His redraw is dead. A jack, he's going to need to spike a king
He needs
here.
a king, a black king.
And the river's a 3, and
makes a
Aces makes a
straight.
straight. He makes a wheel. And Adam continues to gain a lot of chips.
Another player down.
Wow. Checks blind. Kings moves all in. And Adam calls.
Although, would you have called the flop all in?
And that's another $500 or $600.
Yeah.
No, but I'm seeing if he was.
No, if I was going
Yeah, because you didn't have the ace of hearts. So.
No.
Yeah, you said both players had the ace of hearts. One had the ace of hearts, one had king of hearts.
Well, both players had the high heart.
They
ace,
had the
ace and
right
king.
high heart.
That's just the right time. It's all that ace is more. Thank you.
Well, you got exactly what you asked for, a ragged board.
Well, again, aces against kings. The only thing that's really going to kill the action would have been that case ace flopping, probably, because kings probably could have got away from it.
Uh-huh.
But the other guy had ace jack, so
One of the two aces, yeah.
yeah.
Knowing I checked that,
We have a new
I guess anything's possible.
chip count. That's 7-10.
It's a fairly good board for,
Okay.
you would think the big cards.
2 players here. Ace 7-3 on the flop. We got a 9-10 suited and king 3. See 2 bets here, and he takes it down. He raised and he had nothing. So Adam's got over 3,000 chips. He started
Yep, we
the
just
show
got the new
off.
chip count, and he has 3240
He started the show off
with 1830.
1830. He's got 3240 now. And again, you can only buy in this game for 500.
Maximum of 500. So he bought in anywhere between 3 and 500. He
Yeah.
could have done a rebuy, but that's amazing. And then Nicole, she's actually made quite a bit of money. She now has $1,300, and at 6 o'clock, she had 470. So she's made $830.
New player there in seat 1, I believe. Robert. He just raised with a suited ace and he took it down. Got a seat open there. I'm sure we'll fill that soon. Pocket queens here for JMX. And he just lost queens to 9-10 suited.
What did you just call him?
JMX.
Oh, I thought you said J and the axe.
JMX. Like I said, like BMX, like the bike.
Right.
And Jack's going to come in here. He's going to move all in with 3-5 suited. And we're going to see another one of these hands. Queens against 3-5 suited.
I was just going to comment about
Here
how
we
he calmed
go.
down after that 9-10.
Here we go. So let's see if... So he's re-raised to 80. I guess Queens hadn't made the call yet, but he is going to call.
This is exact same hand, right? The queens. He beat him on the
Yep.
queens last time.
Queens, this time he's got a gap-suited connector. You don't have to
You
turn
don't
them
have
over.
to turn
It's
your cards over.
It's a cash game, but they both see it. Queens against 3-5. Here we go. Let's see the flop. Oh, Queens flops a set.
Ace 10.
The turn is a 10, so a
Ace,
chop.
9. Ace or 9.
Nope, 3 comes on the river. Set of Queens is going to win.
Well, he made a pair there, didn't he? Didn't he have 3-5?
He did.
He got there.
You know, it's always funny, Shirley, to see these people come into like the $200 game. They're like, turn your cards over, because
Mm-hmm. I
they've
know.
obviously never played in a cash game or
And
have
I
no
won't,
clue
believe
about the
me, I'll
rules.
torture them.
Yeah, yeah. You won't do it, right?
Heck no, I won't do it. You know,
And then probably because if you're a girl, they think you don't know what you're talking about, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have 3-5, I'm certainly not going to show it. If I
Right.
happen to flopped 2 pair and was giving them a beat, okay, I'll show it. But I don't want to be embarrassed by that. I mean, if they make me turn it over after the hand's over, that's one thing. But I'm not doing it beforehand.
You weren't going anywhere with pocket queens.
No, it's not a bad. It's not a bad call if he doesn't put you on a pair. Unfortunately, he had a pair.
I don't know how anyone can say that. It's not a bad call if he doesn't put you on a pair. I mean, what is 3-5? Why would you want to put your money in with the worst
Well,
hand?
I don't think that he even called. He pushed his chips
Yeah, he pushed
in.
all in, but he didn't have enough to get the guy off the hand anyways. I mean,
Yeah.
even if the guy had ace king or ace queen, that is. King, queen, jack here. Turn is a 9. Adam there in C3, he's got jacks and 9s. They playing fearless. He's going to bet in there. 10 would make anyone a straight. And he takes it down.
Well, they've got a screen them, you know, they got a
Drug test them.
screen them, there's drug test, the lab thing has to come back. He's going in.
And Brian's coming into the box. Brian, we actually saw a little bit of play in the game yesterday. Were you in there for that?
No.
Oh. Came and he played in the game.
All I can do, sir, we gotta wait for the flop and hope for the best.
Pot's limped around. Ace 9-3 on board. Rainbow flop.
Fair, huh? All right. Yeah, you're right. Go pair, good draw. 4-6.
Hey, you should get up and lead now, right?
Looks like Robert Bet takes it down.
Well, this is the peanut butter one they have just for caramel. It's the gold color. It's the same thing.
The regular Twix.
It's a regular Twix. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Here we go. We're going to get some players in here.
Channel. Where is easy?
25.
$25 raise there by seat 7.
Two players.
He's got queen 7. Actually, seat 3 that raised with 3-6 offsuit and queen 7 called.
So 3-6
And look at
hit.
this. 3-6 has got 2 pairs. And it goes check, check. He checked to him. So he's trying to throw a check raise in there. Turn is the king. A lot of tricky play here. Look at these. He shows the 3-6 offsuit. Saying, I'm changing it up here. This is a move that Tucker likes to make a lot. Show down some garbage cans, and then
David?
people will try to pay you, think that they're going to come play with you when you really start playing well towards, later on, pay
Right.
you off.
The last one with Gary Bus? I was going to say. Oh. I was going to say, man. That's Gary. Want to go $10 last slot? That's a pretty good bet if you do that.
20.
That's like, I'm impressed.
Maybe that's $20. And looks like
Four-way action.
Four Deuce is the one that made that
Yeah.
raise.
$80
And he
pot.
hits it.
Still playing.
Flop is a 4-4-9. 4 deuce brought it in for a raise, and he's hit trips, and he's checked it again. This guy just loves to slow play. A third club comes on the turn. And he checks it again. And now a king comes on the river. And now he bets, and he makes absolutely no money off the hand. No money whatsoever.
Players, I want to let you
And,
guys know something. Players coming from the other 3 to 500 game to this game are coming in as must-win players as far as chip count goes.
So whatever they've got there, they've got.
Whatever they've got in the other games, we're doing that to try to keep this game full for you.
And this is what Chris, what the floor man is saying, that they've got another 3-5 game. They can move their chips over here like a must-move table.
Yes.
Because if it was a table change, I don't think you can.
You can't.
Right?
You
Right.
can't. But because this is live at the bike show and they
Yeah.
want to make sure that the game's going, if someone wants to play over here, they're
Right.
going to allow them to do it.
Right. $25 raise. There, Don with ace queen. So what do you think about deuce 4, their original raiser? Checked the fours twice, bet on the river, got no calls.
Yeah, I don't like that. The first check, okay, to see if someone will bet where you can raise, but the second check, no way. But, you know, I mean, when I make trips, I usually like to lead out on it, right on the flop.
Well, especially if you're an original raiser there, too. It's like, how can anyone possibly put you on a 4?
That's true.
This new player coming into seat 2, it's Cammy. She's been on the show before.
Yeah.
Looks like we're heads up, ace-queen against 6-7. Ace-queen had brought it in for 20. He bets on the flop. Ace-king-8 on that flop. Takes it down there with top pair. This game's a lot more exciting than last night. Last night was almost like a slow death until some of those commentators
Until
came in.
Kenna came in.
Yeah.
He was ragging on David so much. He was making me laugh. David's a great player. I really do like David's style. Though he was talking about how he bets on no pair and he checks when he has a pair. And
Pocket kings here for JMX. And he did not raise out of the blind. Or excuse me, I think he limped under the gun. Was trying to pull the limp re-raise. He's flopped a set. He's flopped full house, kings full of threes. Doesn't bet on the flop. Now a 10 comes on the turn.
And he's going to check it.
He's checked again on the turn. And now
He
Cammy's
should
going to
check
bet.
it, yeah.
And now Cammy's going to bet. So he was trying to pull the limp re-raise. He limped under the gun.
He flopped gold.
Oh, wait. Did he limp under the gun, or is he in the big blind? I don't know if Donna can... Seat 6 there. Couldn't tell if he is under the gun or if he was in the big blind.
It looks like he's in the blind.
How
ugly is that?
How do you not raise your pocket kings there in the big blind? Well, that's why it was a little confusing to me. And he flopped a full house, checked it twice, finally got someone to bet, and I think he check raised there, and Cammy didn't pay him off. So he made $20, where we've seen, again, breaking it down there, Shirley, he made $20 on the hand, where we've seen players, if he had made a raise to say 30, probably would have got 4 callers.
He could have at least got a couple
would have
callers.
either thrown a bet on the flop or tried to do something tricky. Would have probably made at least $150 off the hand. Instead, he made 20. King 3 queen here on the flop. Again, just because you win the hand doesn't mean you maximized your value.
I'll check to the pocket kings.
You hear seat 3, Adam?
Yeah.
I'll check to the pocket kings.
King, queen, 3. Another queen comes on the turn. And JMX is going to lead out here. He's got nothing. He's got ace high. Look at Adam. He's going to raise it up with a flush draw. He's going to make it 40. And there's a semi-bluff, and it's going to take it down.
Gonna work.
Especially at this table. It's not even a thing where you're trying to slow play your overpairs. Raise for value. I mean, raising is a combination of, driving people out, driving weak aces out with pocket kings, but also raise to build the pot. You've got the best hand.
Yeah.
My goodness. Three-way action here. It was limped around. King 10-7, all clubs. And Robert's going to fire out at it, and he takes it down. I like the bet. 3 flush, the high card. Very difficult for anyone to call without the ace of clubs or the queen of clubs or a king at least. Five-way action here. Looks like it was limped around. 10 deuce deuce. Someone's got an ace deuce in there. It's Cammie in seat 2. She checks it, and look at this. Another 10 comes on the turn. Can't feel too good about your ace deuce now. But Robert's going to bet here with ace high. Cammie makes a smooth call in seat 2. And let's see the river. River is a 7. And Robert bets again. Looks like he bet 20 on the river. Ace deuce against ace 4. And Cammie's going to raise now. She waits till the river to raise. Guess she doesn't think Robert has a 10. I don't really even know about that raise there, Shirley.
Yeah.
Of that board.
Well, that's the same thing that I was talking about earlier. She's only getting called if she gets
right. If she's beat. Although, it is a 2 pair, so maybe she thinks somebody with an ace will call her.
With an ace high will call.
And maybe she thought that Robert might just bet
or someone
there with
an
an ace.
overpair like jacks or queens.
No, she doesn't get any action there. Ace jack here, seat 5. It's Nicole. I don't know if she. I think she just limped in there and she got top pair. This is a hand that she made a lot of money on before. She's gonna lead. She bets 50 into about a $50 pot. Seat 7 doesn't get stubborn with the queen 8. And Adam, boy, he really wants to make a move on Nicole, it looks like. He's got pocket 4s. He's not going to do it. Nicole takes it down.
I don't think I've ever sat in a game with Nicole.
Really?
So, yeah, so she does play pretty solid. I mean, from what it looks like today, she's not really the one that he should be making a move on.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
as far as cards.
Better. Well, especially, she's got a lot of chips there, too. I mean, Adam has more. But usually, when you have so many chips compared to blind size, it almost becomes a little bit like a tournament where I don't really want to go up against a huge chip stack unless I'm calling with a pocket pair and I want to bust them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ken is all in here for 70 with pocket 5s. And Adam makes a call with king 10 suited. So, got a bit of a race situation here. Pocket 5s is slightly in the lead. Wow. King 10 flops the nut straight and a royal flush draw.
10 to chop.
Well.
Wow. What a flop.
And Ken has gone bust.
Follow straight with a royal draw.
And even if you hadn't flopped the straight, the turn would have gone.
Hey, I was rooting for you for the 10.
I know you were.
I was rooting for you for the 10.
Seat number 4, 500.
500 behind.
He's got a new player. Oh, Ken's going to...
Ken's rebuying for 500, yeah.
You've played with Ken before, though, right?
Yes.
Well, he's made some calls that are a little bit uncharacteristic.
He's normally a very tight player.
Yeah. This one is checked around 5 ways, or limped around. $25 pot. Jack, deuce, queen. Somebody's got jack, deuce. It's seat 3. It's Adam. He bets. Got bottom 2 pairs. And look at this. Seat number 6. He's going to raise with the jack 6. Boy, JMX is in big trouble.
Right, I'm going to raise.
And Adam's going to re-raise. Well, and JMX knows that he's going to have to get out now.
A little 10 That's
This was a friendly game.
I'm friendly.
He's smiling.
It's re-raised to
If it was a break, I
200.
would've made it 250.
Jack Deuce is bet out here. He got raised to 50 by Jack 6, and he's re-raised to 200.
Now JMX putting on the act like he's even going to call.
Yeah, I don't like my kicker, so yeah.
Big blind special. I'll be respectful.
And he shows the Jack Deuce.
Yeah.
New player coming into seat
I
9.
don't see any more cards.
Greg.
I have 4 deuces.
Craig.
Greg. Okay.
Play
Greg.
that. Yeah, he's from a must move.
All those chips will play.
And look how many. We'll find out how many chips he has. Looks like he's got quite a bit.
Yeah.
So this game can start to get
Okay, there we
interesting.
go.
It's got about
$800.
800. Yep.
Enemy side, the happy end.
Wow.
35, raise 35.
He's raised to 35. He has pocket 5s. I've played with Craig before in the big game. Pretty aggressive player.
Oh, me? Oh. I was like, wow.
In the big game, what? The limit? Or you mean the big no limit?
No, the 5-10 no limit. 4-way action. $140 pot. 699. Look at Robert in seat 1 call with 9 deuce of clubs. He's got trips. And he's checked the trips. And the turn is a 4. Bio had an open end, gut shot straight draw there in seat 7.
150.
And look at this. Craig is going to bet 150.
All in.
And Robert moves all in over the top with deuce 9.
What do you have, about 600 change left?
The
And
action's on
what's
Adam
Adam
now.
thinking?
So Robert's moved all in.
I think I have the best hand.
There was 300 on that bet there by Craig. When he bet, the pot was 300. The call makes it 450 plus whatever this raise is. It is how much more here?
185 more.
185 more. So the pot is now 630, 185 to call. And I don't know if Craig can really make this call. If he was going to call here, he can't think that he's in the lead. Again, I just defend myself, Shirley, by saying if you watch the experts in the big game, they always bet in their trips and their sets. And these people just tend to slow play in these restricted
Well,
games.
I told you I normally lead out with mine.
Oh, he's going to make the call. Wow. He makes the call. An $800 pot. He's going to need to spike a 5, 2 outer,
We saw Adam fold the 5.
and the river's a 4. Boy, I can't believe Craig made that call.
I guess I didn't want clubs.
We would have chopped it.
Some clown at the table asked to see both hands.
That was also funny when we were playing with each other. That guy, actually, it was JMX.
That's what I know. It was him that just did
It was
it.
JMX that asked to see both hands. You gave him a little bit of the
Yep.
business yesterday. So can we do a little logic problem? Some clown asked to see cards at the table. We know it was JMX.
Right.
Therefore, I'll let that one go.
40 total.
Got a raise and a re-raise. Cammy's made it 40. She's re-raised to 40 with ace king. Looks like seat 1 raised with queen 8 of clubs.
One of the guys on 2+2, I think it was Kev Math, he actually gave me a link to an article about that seeing both hands, which was really good. I'd printed it up, carried it in my purse in case someone wanted to see it, and now I've misplaced it. I need that
3-way
article
action
again.
here. $120 pot. Deuce, deuce, 3. Cammy still has the best hand.
Start carrying it around with me again.
And Cammy's going to bet. It's a $120 pot. She bets 50. Kind of a weak bet there. but that's gonna be enough. She takes it down.
No, I couldn't. Once you even call, I can't call. I can't make the play. I needed you to be out of hand for me to do anything. Because that was my only move. And I was in third.
You show fouls.
King Jack of clubs there for Nicole.
No, on the river I would have made.
Well, let's see how tight Nicole really is. It's a $45 raise there by Adam. He looks like he has pocket tens. Nicole mucks the King Jack suited.
How much did he make it?
45, which has been almost like a standard size raise in this game. You know, with that, the funny thing though is that now normally King Jack suited obviously is not the greatest hand in the world. But if he's got a big chip stack, and I have a big chip stack, and I'm in position, I probably make that call.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But $45 is a lot. I mean, I probably would call 35.
Yeah.
45's a lot. I mean, the blind's only $5.
But again, though, in terms of, it doesn't really necessarily, I mean, once we're up to this level with how many chips we have, the blind size almost becomes irrelevant if it was a 1-2 or a 5-5 game
That's
like it
true.
is now.
That's
It's
true,
just,
especially, yeah.
It's no limit. I mean, it's just, he's got 3,000,
She
I
has
got
a chance
2,000.
to wipe him out, yeah.
9 Jack 10. 9 Jack 10, 2 clubs. $15 bet, call, 3-way. An 8 comes on the turn, 8 of clubs.
That gives JMX a straight. Nobody has a club.
And JMX is going to put money in there.
35.
That's really tough for Craig to call now with ace 10. I mean, ideally, if you're a big chip stack, I mean, you want to see, if the guy's got pocket tens, you want to see, queen, 10, 9. That's the flop you want to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's almost, something like that. If the guy had aces, you might want to see like King Jack Deuce. I mean, I don't know. We haven't really seen Adam and put to the test if he's willing, if he can lay down big hands. Looks like the button made it 30 to go with ace jack of diamonds. Ken over in seat 4, he's limped in with king queen of diamonds. He's in pretty bad shape if diamonds come. Cammy's going to come in with jack 8 suited. Robert's in there with jack 10. And JMX, we got a family pot. 6-way action, $180 in the pot. 6 times 30. Ace queen 3. And look at that. Wow, he's pushed.
Yeah.
He's pushed. I was going to say, this is another test to see where Adam is at, because we haven't seen him. Obviously, he's not going to call an all-in now. But now, the pot, like I said, was $180 there, Shirley, so.
I don't know. I've never responded well to peer pressure, so I don't know.
$180 pot. He's bet $380, so it's a $560 pot, $380 to call. But again, we talk about this as one of these situations where you don't necessarily need to commit all your chips to try to find out where you're at in this hand.
I think in this situation he did. The guy on the button, he only has $380. If he makes a pot size bet $180 and someone goes over the top of him, he's going to be committed. So if he's going to be committed and call, you might as well be committed and push. That's the way. I mean, if I'm going to call my chips, if I know that I'm going to end up calling them, I'm going to push them. So
just because of the way that the size of the pot
the way
dictates
that
it, the amount that he has behind it.
Right, because he doesn't really have that many chips. I mean, he makes some pot size bet, he's committed. So if he's going to stick them in, push them in.
I can see your point for sure. So you're not saying, so if he had 1,500, he's not, betting 1,500 is a little different.
If you had 1,500, then I think that $180 a pot size bet would be right.
Right.
But because he only had 380, I think he should just push the 380.
Because again, like you said, if you get check raised, he's going to have to call there
Right.
at the top pair.
Right.
Exactly what I was thinking. What my chances? Two shots. I mean, 4 outs, 2 cards. 8%, 12%. Still. It's 12%. That way you get 1 card. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
My hand just lost my first 500 on the time. 100%.
All my outs, 12%. Somebody will go. That's exactly where
We're talking the exact same.
we're all on the same page.
Very rarely. We fucking players like the same.
Yeah. That's exactly why.
I don't think my hand is the same.
That's the kicker. That's it. He's 110.
3
I
players.
know, 3. That's what I'm saying. Dude's on the button.
Three-way action. 8, 9, queen. JMX has got top 2 pairs there in seat 6.
They all hit a little bit there. Right, we have an open and straight. We have second pair.
And it looks like Cammy bet here. Cammy bet 35 with ace 9. And I'm trying to see who is in position. Is if JMX checked here? I'm trying to figure out where the button is.
Service.
Okay, so Cammy is led out here with ace 9. Button is in seat 1.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. Most people don't lead out with second pair.
Right. And look at this, queen 9 just smooth calls. He just smooth calls. So he's trying to lay a trap here. See the turn. Well, turn is a jack. And here
I had a feeling that
again,
was going to come.
we talk about not necessarily that your hand is not good enough to slow play. It's, well, look at though, if Cammy continues betting here, could she have bet with a 10 with a pair?
That was a nice bet.
She's going to bet 50.
55 times 2. 55 times 2 is 110.
And he's going to make it 110. Now this is a tester raise here, Shirley. I mean, it's very, very advanced play to come back over the top here. But sometimes people can see through the fact that the guy is just throwing a tester raise out there and he doesn't have a 10.
Yeah.
You know. But I have a feeling that Cammy's
I don't
going to
think
muck.
that she's going to make that
No,
move.
no. And she does muck. And what I was going to say is, a lot of times that hand would play out check by Cammy and fold. And not that Queen 9 wasn't necessarily good enough to slow play, but it's just that there are a lot of cards that are going to, when you've got a flop like that that's connected, you've got 3 or 4 cards that's going to create a 1-card straight to the board there, and that's going to kill all of the action. So why not raise a little bit and try to extract some money?
Oh, man. With the Royal Redraw? Yes.
Pocket 9's there for seat 1. He makes it 30 to go.
30.
Ooh, and look at this. Cammy's going to call with the ace-4 offsuit on the button. Pretty loose.
Position call.
Yeah.
Give her the benefit of the doubt. It's position call.
Yeah. This is my splash pad.
Hey, I treat everyone at the table equally.
Till they give you reason not to.
That's right. JMX is going to come in there with Jack 6 suited. I don't know which one is worse.
I think Jack 6 suited.
Ooh, wow. Cammy might go broke on this hand, Shirley. 9's full of aces is flopped by Robert, and Cammy's got trips.
And he bets.
Yeah, and he bets 30 because he's figuring out, God, I hope someone has an ace. And look, she's just going to smooth call. Shirley, she's going to go broke. There's no way she can get away from this hand. Let's see what the turn is. Turn is a 6. He's going to bet 50. And if she calls here, I have to put her on an ace, and maybe I'm going to push all in on the river or try to maximize my value out. Jack on the river, and he's going to bet 150.
And she's just calling.
And she's just going to call. So he played it fast, and he got a lot of money out of it.
I think both players played that well. I mean, even her, if she gets involved in the pot, I don't like calling with ace-4. But she didn't get herself too involved.
Well,
you know, I mean, she called and she could have been out kicked, which is probably what she thought. I'm sure she wasn't expecting someone to turn over 9's full, but probably a better ace than her.
well, because I know Cammy, I don't know how much money he had left. He bet the 150. My move on the river, if I put her on the ace, were to move all in. because I can't see her laying down trip aces.
9 is good for
And she's going to call me
Yeah.
with whatever I bet with 3
That's
aces.
true.
So
Yeah.
that's why I think I would have pushed a little harder.
Those glasses are funky.
Those welder glasses?
Oh, no.
Motorcycle glasses.
He's not on a motorcycle.
Well, he's on a ride, though. Huh?
I'm going to tell you now, 5 pocket aces and you're in the hand and there's a 9 on the board, I'm looking. Probably a good thing to do. Yeah. Unless there's an ace 2, then I'll probably stay.
At that point, you're just going for the jackpot.
Right, that's exactly
You
right.
don't really think you're going to win. You're just
No.
going for the jackpot.
No, not at all.
$35 raise.
Please no 9, Brian, on the board.
Looked like Adam raised there in seat 3.
That's the word
And he's
off
got
the
ace deuce offsuit. He gets called by ace queen.
I said if I have ace
Seat 4's got the ace queen.
9 on the flop and you're in the hand, I'm probably going to muck my hand.
And JMX is going to come in with a suited connector, 7-8 of diamonds. And actually, Adam had an ace queen. Excuse me. Cammy had the ace deuce. So ace queen raises. Ken calls with pocket 5s. JMX is in there with 7-8 of diamonds. And Robert's in there with 8-9. He's got about a $120 pot. Ace 3-4.
Bet 125.
And Adam is going to lead here for about a pot-sized bet with ace queen. Bets 125.
No 9, I have a chance.
And I don't think he's going to get called.
No.
Nine comes, I'm serious. I'm going to give you a lot of respect on that.
It's still a really bad flop.
Well, that's why I had a bet. I don't like the small. I don't like the small cards. Somebody has my favorite hand, 3-5. We're going to go over it.
Pocket queens for Craig there in seat 9.
30.
Makes it 30 to go. Boy, Robert's going to call there with ace 7 offsuit in seat 1.
This is a very loose game.
Adam's going to come in with deuce 3 offsuit. Ken in seat 4, he comes in with king 5 suited. $120 pot to the flop. 4, 5, 7. Look at Adam with the deuce 3. Got a straight draw. And you wonder if Robert's going to get in trouble. He's got top pair with that ace kicker, but Craig's got the overpair to the board. $120 pot. Now let's see how much he throws out there.
It's like 130.
100.
This is going to be an interesting hand. $130, so it's a $250 pot. 130 to call. What do you do here, Shirley, if you've got ace 7?
I don't
You
have
got-
A7.
You got 3 people behind you. You got 2 people behind you. Oh, he's going to muck, so he doesn't get involved. Now, Adam, he has an open-ended straight draw, but if you look at, now I was going to say, if you look at the draw, the top end of it, if a 6 comes, he has no idea if it's going to be good, and you wonder
Right.
if he notices that or not.
Probably
This
not.
is one of those reverse kind of double gutter where if it comes in, he's open-ended, but if the 6 comes in, anyone with an 8 has a higher straight.
Uh-huh.
So he makes the call. And the turn now is an 8. Wow.
And that's going to scare Craig a little bit because if anyone called with the open end there,
Yeah.
they just hit it.
So the pot now is about $170. Excuse me. Pot is about $370. And Craig checks. And Adam looked like
Adam
he bet
tried to make a
150.
move here, yeah.
150 was the bet? Couldn't quite tell.
Yeah,
So
she's
Craig
taking-
makes a call, so it's a $670 pot. And the river's a 3. Boy, that's a scary board for Queens. And it just gets checked down, and Queens is going to take it down.
That's it.
I think that Adam probably had to push a little bit more there,
Mm-hmm.
either on the turn or on the river. About a $700 pot.
Good answer.
There's a Legends of Poker sign. Very, very loose table.
Yes.
Remember, this used to be the tight game, but we didn't put on that much because it
Yeah.
was so tight. $20 raise here. Couldn't tell who the original raiser was. I believe it was
It was one of them.
one of them. Six-way action, $120 pot. Ace 10-6. Two people have aces. Robert's got an ace 8. JMX has an ace 5. And look at this. Robert bets and JMX raises. Robert bets 50. JMX makes a mini raise to 100. And Craig is still in the hand over there in seat 9. He's got ace 7. Wow. So the pot now is 270. It's 100 to call. If you've got ace 7 here, I think you've got a muck, bet and a raise. $270 pot, 100 to call.
Bet and a raise, and you know the guy in seat 1 was eager to get more chips in there.
Right. Let's see what he does.
He's calling.
Is he calling or re-raising?
He's calling.
He's made the call. So it's a $370 pot now. King goes check, check. The river's a 6. Let's chop it up. And now Robert realizes that if he had kicker trouble, he probably is going to bet here, and he is going to make the bet.
Nice bet.
So now the pot is about $600, $250 to call, and JMX, I mean, if he makes this call, he's at best probably chopping.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, he might be safe to make this call because even if the guy has ace-queen, it's still a chop, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. And you're chopping a pretty nice pot.
And that's a nice bet there by Robert, again.
Yes.
It's a $600 pot now, $250 to call. So you're risking $250. Oh, look at this. He lays it down. Wow. You wonder if he kind of read
That was
the board
really nice,
miscorrectly,
really
though.
nice bet there
Yeah, it
from
was a
Robert.
great bet. But, you know, you wonder, again, though, if you look at that board, you know, you got to put him on a specific hand, something like ace-10 or ace-king. And if he had ace-10 or ace-king, wouldn't he have re-raised me on the flop with 2 pairs when I raised?
Not the way this table's been playing.
Well-
They've been slow playing 2-pair.
Well, and then he checked you on the turn. So I put him on a weak ace as well. And I probably would have made that call for the chop. Although, it's a nice bet there by Robert. This is going to be our last hand before we go to table talk. $20 raise. Flop is ace, jack, 8, all diamonds. A couple people in there again with weak aces. Seat 7's got a 9 jack. Looks like Nicole leads out with ace 9. Craig there in seat 9, he's got a jack and the 10 of diamonds in his hand. And Nicole looks like she's bet about $30.
Has she bet? $50.
$50. She's bet $50.
Yes, and now it's on Craig.
And I believe the pot was limped around, so she's bet a little over the pot size. Can't see Robert making this call. And Nicole takes it down. Seems like they're all getting out of her way there, Shirley.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to do it for us for this portion of the show. We are going to turn the commentating mics down and turn the table mics up. Please enjoy tonight's portion of Table Talk. We'll be back in 30 minutes.
He'd call $100 bet, but he won't pay $14.90. You got you like that? It's a good way to gamble with things. Dave McDonald's and put 200 on blackjack. No diamond, right?
15 raise.
No diamond there?
No diamond on the turn.
Or 5, I guess. On me?
You're obligated to give her odds. Those are the most intimidating glasses I've seen. They are, seriously. These are cool. They're wild, man.
They look like,
Seriously,
they look like,
you can bring out a welding torch or
like
something.
biplane, like when you're using like the biplane.
Yeah, a fighter pilot or something. Those are pretty cool, though. Are those for a motorcycle? They're pretty. They're intense looking. They're really cool. Are those Oakleys?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Every time it's been the 10 we've been looking for on the.
Take care, brother. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Chirpis. I just tried to just call her so that I could get power.
Chip right here.
Rather than come over the top.
220.
Should raise or full.
You want 100 still together?
It's mine or yours?
That's mine.
Oh. You definitely want his leverage. That's probably.
No, you're yeah, unless you're calling, you're good.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Really? You do that for now? What's up?
Every time that you're.
Go to 25 till. 25. Since my position is so good.
All right, one time, because I want to pot him on a rush. Can't fold my rush.
I got a good feeling.
So do I.
I don't remember what I had there.
Good call.
20 more.
Taking a pot for somebody.
You must have
I
popped.
wasn't the person I was thinking of, but alright.
You must have popped.
Man, 6 of those cards. Thanks.
Easily 20.
See if I get my flop now. Deuce, 5, Wayne. Okay? I didn't say 9. I didn't say 9. I checked.
I checked.
Check.
Hold on a second.
I bet 65.
65. Not a big gut shot.
I felt good about the 9 there. I didn't like it on the flop though. I think you would have raised me back if you had 9 to the flop, so I felt better. I could be walking into a monster, so what do I know? 65? 65, sir. Call 65.
He's bigger than the rest of us. He's probably watching. No, he's not that much bigger. He was here listening to like a flower, like a Hawaiian type shirt.
See if I get it.
They wanted to play cards.
It's a bit 85.
He lives in Studio City.
5 times 8.
So I'm on the verge of going.
You have an ace? What ace?
Oh, yeah.
Fast.
I can tell tell you, but I'd be compromised.
Raise.
How much more?
I'm thinking about it.
Be gentle now. I could go away.
100. More raise.
Yeah, I don't have a king. I can't call you chief. You know you do.
Nailed it.
Yeah, of course.
Both ends.
Nice hand.
That's funny. Those are the two cards I would have.
Well, if he had Big Slick, he kicks my ass.
Oh, God.
Nice
You had
hand.
even like 5 more chips on it.
Not the
She
card
said I had
I
already
was
made a 15. It was like call.
I know. What am I supposed to do?
Great.
Yeah, there would have been no good time to push. On the flop would have sucked because I was
I tried to make 15. I tried 15.
Right, 55 cents.
Keep making money, you keep taking it away from me.
Bring up the hearts.
No, the proverbial table.
I haven't won a pot.
No, I mean, not you particularly. In
Now
general.
it's got a long way to draw. We'll cut down.
50?
We can all probably ride together because we're going to be coming back here to watch the game.
About 150, 160.
This is what happens after this match.
Careful. Push all in. There's me over here. Two more chips.
Who's the rest of this?
You said push off, and I'm over here.
You gotta get yourself some of those glasses.
Find me 20.
That might make me want to push.
Like a clown.
Laughing with you.
Not at
Some Goodfellas. You didn't get it? Some Goodfellas?
What's in Goodfellas?
I saw, but I don't
Did I memorize Goodfellas? No.
That's a famous bit. That's right up there when they're going to make him an offer he can't refuse. Joe Pesci goes, I refuse you. I have jokes.
Yeah. That's it.
Where have you been, my man? Wait, he's been around 10 times already.
There, and a butt was there. I went to walk in, butt was there, over
160.
Shoot. Has someone said yeah?
Not what you were planning, huh?
7? Or is that
Yeah, he's been there the whole time. He just left.
what is seat 7?
Yeah, he just got off a second.
60 total?
He just hasn't been
Total.
there.
Kings? Kings?
Men against women. And vice versa.
Hands. Hey, where were you with your 9?
Probably had one.
You threw away 9, then you.
So bad.
That I could be about.
No, you gain your split with that.
Could have said sorry if you would have stepped out like with ace 9.
Is that your card? Just 9?
Kings are aces.
Based on the circumstance, yeah.
No, I don't think he would have done it with Jack. You don't strike me as a Jack.
She doesn't look like the kind of girl that plays
She's more
jacks.
predisposed to certain hands, you know what I
What
mean?
is that? What is that? The rounders? Is
like
this guy the finger gamer?
Back I'm like 3-5. 3-5 and Jack Queen.
Jack 10 suited. I do well with.
What was that? Matt?
It's a karma thing.
How people call.
I never saw the show, so to me she was just another face. She had a long blonde hair. Chad.
You got a Yankee. You can do everything wrong. You from New York?
Finally.
Evil.
Nicole agreed to come play Hearts.
Yeah, you watch. I mean, they're a different team in the playoffs.
It's like euchre.
It is like
I know how to play euchre. I don't know parents, but I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I love it. We taught him an hour.
No, I agree.
I only lost the first 16 games in a row because I kept getting the Black Mariah.
You were holding on to Black Mariah?
I hold the Mariah till the end just so I can screw somebody.
You can it yourself.
Oh, yeah.
You're the first guy I know who held on to Black Mariah.
I hold her till the very bitter end
What, to split the pot?
to lose.
I'm talking about. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about Hearts.
You missed.
45.
Guess what? Man, win something, man.
9 again.
I was, only reason.
Get any hits? I wasn't. Still don't.
I'm afraid
I
that
got a
I'd
few and no.
For the friend.
You made the most of that.
She's friendly.
Very good flop.
very friendly.
Very good flop.
Good shot. How many people are buying her?
They already don't go. You have to wait.
She's friendly.
Buy the back.
For the flush draw.
$10.
More space, will they?
David, let's see.
You can wait till next time.
You heard about the one band ladder. Pocket kings against ace king. Bet a raise and a call. Clutton's king 3-3. Is a bet, a raise, a re-raise, all in. No, one runner 3-3. 4 threes with an ace kicker. Man, that's what I heard. I haven't spoken with that party, but it's. Is that wrong? Can I get you? Okay, no problem.
Do you have cards? Yeah, no.
The infamous Wayne Tang.
There's only one correct answer to the question that I get.
They say the guy turned.
He's the only Wayne Tang on the internet. I'll tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry, 10? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
3 players. I mean, you'd rather see an ace than one.
Absolutely. At least then you feel like, you know. Yeah, that's just, that's brutal. 25. Yeah, that's just 3-3 run.
Raise. Raise it.
Man, you just got my number, huh?
75.
70, I think.
70.
No, it's too late.
Cost me 50? Which is it? 45? Okay. Oh, 72.
Override or not a competition.
Yeah. What a deuce out there, Wayne.
High-low stack. Okay. How about 10?
That's
Two chips, yeah, rolled in. Rolled in.
$20.
Check out now.
It's definitely not a game. Give me the pot.
How much is it? I'm all in.
All in. Ooh, baby. That's what I like.
That's why you have a big stack.
What's some white chip? Push it around. Yeah, what's that? There, that'll do it. That goes everywhere.
He's saying he's calling.
I'll go log on real quick.
He's calling.
Can't let you push me around all night. Keep beating up on me.
Jack, I got a game. Well, compared to his 2 pair, it's not looking.
I'll let you see this one for
I
180.
can't call it, I'm sorry. And that one's for
25.
This guy's gonna call so you can show that guy.
Okay. Show it all, please.
9 queen for the straight.
Ow, ow, ow.
Okay.
Show that hand.
9-5 spade.
King five.
He couldn't let
I
me
took a
win
gamble
one.
on the turn.
Oh, yeah. What are these guys? Wrist back. They set it on blinding. What do you bet on the flop? Coming in the middle of the blind.
I bet 25, they come over the top to 70.
I got sit open on wait on that. No, I don't want to wait on that. I'm chilling. I mean, you got the odds, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, wait on that.
I gotta give you credit. You're very good at escaping. I give you a lot of credit. I thought you were gonna come in there. I thought you made 2
You're playing
pairs.
the game, but if you do that 2 more times, I'm definitely going to take it. There's no way anybody can call you. Completely going to come over the top.
So leave. You gotta be kidding me. That's the game, Chief. You're threatening me to leave the table.
No, I'm not threatening.
Funniest thing I've ever heard in my
So
life.
you're gonna leave the table if he goes all in anymore?
Well, it depends.
Ridiculous, Steve.
I didn't say that.
You realize this is a no-limit game.
Yeah, I do realize. Just rather you made it more comfortable.
When the big stack goes all in, I smile. That's all I can say.
Usually, if I'm playing loose, I figure you want that. You know, you get to double up off me easy. I mean, it's not like I'm playing that tight.
You're holding ace queen.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, it's actually.
Chips. I keep saying that's our opponent playing aggressive.
Check. I'll check. 35. No, just regular dollars. You got a chance to beat up on me.
Let's go on next man. I'm going out.
You going? All right.
If you bet 35 once more,
Yeah.
I'm going to play Hearts.
Chips on internet game.
It's on you, sir.
35. Taken out of context.
That's all right. No problem. It's all good.
Two players.
He's a play
75.
all night. I'd say it's $200. Gold check.
Flush
We
is
all agree
good.
we did.
I just had the 8.
Oh, that's cool.
I know you go big.
I got him.
Yeah, you go big. I can't call. So I just have to see where I'm at. It's a stop bet.
Did you catch that runner?
Nice hand.
Oh, sure.
I had a feeling
go all in.
when you call the turn,
Leave the
when you call the turn, I was in trouble with spaded or straight throw too. You have 10 king of spades. Oh, nice.
Tell me 300.
I screw overcards if you want a jack. I
I don't know. Can I see?
Yeah, you can just get chips later.
Yeah, but I caught chip later.
Yeah, it's fine. So I'll send you the yellow down and I'll get it fixed up. Hang on 1 second. Just gotta come.
Okay. So you
That's, yeah.
I do not. When he was the blind, I was the middle blind. These two guys were on.
no,
That,
my
on that end,
straddle.
listen.
Checks.
On his deal, he was a small blind, I was a big blind. On her deal, these guys strapped. And on this deal,
One more 5 on top of it.
Get that
See
in.
that?
I don't give
All the way
percentages.
to the ceiling,
Give that to that
I
gentleman down
took a
there.
blind.
What do you want?
I do that.
You want
An extra
an
$5.
What?
That's okay.
You should give you an extra $5 for being cheap.
That's right. You got the lucky ones. I should charge you.
She had the lucky ones and got more money.
And he was strapped.
Come on, man. I'm Jewish. I don't give anybody deals.
Okay, post.
I'm serious.
She's still going.
Oh, I'm sorry. I called.
Did you say you don't give anybody guilt?
Deal.
Deals. I'm Jewish. I can't give a bargain. I have to bargain. I'm from the Catskills. I really know how to bargain.
25.
I thought you were now you're pretty
I'm a Jew. Sorry. I sneak this.
Wait a minute. So if you from somebody else, someplace else, you don't bargain as well?
If he was a Jew from Montana, he wouldn't be bargaining.
I don't think Montana has Jews. I've been there.
Actually, it's funny you should mention that. Guy I was playing at our table was a Jew from Montana, cattle rancher.
My sister went to
Said you must be the only one.
He was very proud of it.
Check to you, sir.
In Montana, they don't do this in their.
He's got his own temple. He's the only one there.
One man sit
Can't even have a minion.
There you go.
Check
Check you.
Chip, please.
one man sitting guy.
What about 45? Jeez, I think I have the best hand.
C3, please.
Just need, can I get 3 more white chips? Yeah, please. I pocket this. Not a hand.
Thank you, sir.
Since they started being straight.
Blind.
Miss, can I get one of those full-size white ones? I feel like this is only worth 90. Thanks. Thank you very much.
God.
He wants a full-size
Got it.
chip.
That's it. Well, I'm short. You know, it's a size issue.
I know you were funny in the cat.
Size matters.
Hey, man, that's what they are. Wow, for spoken from a... Then you gotta listen to that.
He doesn't even pretend to be.
That's right. She's like, nah.
I'm
She's like,
speaking
they
for
lied
you,
when we were younger.
Not for me.
They lied when we were young.
That's it.
20.
Alright, I'll give you some. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, just 3 of us? I checked dark. $65.
65.
Raise.
Raise.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Play your arm.
One more little stack. Oh.
Only 65 more?
Yeah, that's what I always do. Last time he's going to win.
you got left? 200 something? 300? I call. 65, right? Go ahead, sir.
All in. Exactly.
All right, time out. Let me see if I can think about this a minute.
Trying to get a read, you have to do better than that.
I have to get a read. I have a queen of hearts. There's no read. What if I hit? If I hit a spade, you lose. That's that simple. There's nothing without a read. You were already in. What kind of read do I need? I mean, all right. I've played this game once before.
So we call it talk shit with a bite.
That's what it should be.
That's what it is. The announcers are the worst, actually.
Oh, Dave's funny, man. I made a. What did I play? I went for it. I got it like gut shot or something. Some funny thing.
You got it?
Yeah, I hit it. He goes, that's a bad play. And then another one. I made a couple stupid. I was gambling that night.
I'm gambling.
We were sitting at the same table with Roger. He watched me go 2,500 and this king of spades pre-flop, and I was against kings and jacks, kings and queens, and aces and kings. What is it? Check.
I check. Let's see. One time I checked.
I check.
Check again.
Yeah, bite me.
Say bite me.
20. Yeah, bite me.
I check one more time. Bite me. Huh? All right.
Hey.
65.
Is that your full house?
Is that good? I missed my flush draw, but I got a good hand.
What you got? Ace 7 or you got the little 5?
You got ace 8?
I got a 5. I got another.
Is that a boat?
Oh my god! Oh my lord!
You guys keep escaping.
Jesus.
I'm trying to get somebody in
Are
there.
you watching that? Did you see my hand?
Lay down, sir.
No, lay down. Catch.
Dropping a full out is normal for you.
Oh, $20.
You know how it is. Sometimes you run good, you don't have to play with just, just whatever. Good dealer. We read the same book.
The pop-up. Wow. That was sick.
You had the pop-up.
That was
That's
sick.
it.
That was sick.
Dang, the man.
Check.
Wait, this for the next one.
Deal me in, please.
Check.
Flop the full house.
Did you have a flush draw?
Huh?
Oh,
You have a
yeah.
flush draw? No?
I had a 10.
Lay
That's a
down
good
my
laydown.
four.
That's a good laydown.
I didn't like that river card.
Oh, I should have raised you again.
Again.
How much are you gonna raise me?
All in.
That will go out.
But I only have 4 with a 10.
Big blind.
I thought you had the flush draw.
I said I missed my flush draw.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. You missed everything.
His 4
Actually, you
cards
missed your flush draw.
No, you had a 10. That's what I said. It's a good laydown. Oh, a 3 comes on the river. That's a bad card for you. Because then you think your 10 is strong. $30. No, I don't think so.
$30.
I almost called you.
Come on, seat 6. Come on in there.
Funny
Come
thing
on,
is,
seat
it's on
6.
the internet, but we can all see what he does, and it still continues to lie.
Jocko, what's your
What is it? Jocko Adam.
Tag
Likewise.
Jocko Josh?
What do you prefer?
Josh is my, I'm called Josh is the name on my card, but people use Jocko.
Jocko it is.
So
Whatever you want.
Jocko's the alias.
I guess so.
That's what I said.
I
We're
like
just
that.
protection.
Yeah, Jocko.
And I'm a lawnsman too.
You're a lawnsman?
Lawnsman. How would you call it?
Okay.
Code for Jewish.
Means we're in the same tribe.
Oh, they're talking code now.
You guys not gonna be checking on each other like
Now you
this.
guys are best
Now we're
friends,
gonna
huh?
start
The code
talking
of a
Yiddish.
lawnsman?
I've never heard of
You never heard it? Are you Jewish?
London.
Well, then you wouldn't have heard it.
Well, I've been around a lot of Jewish people.
Is that like the
Well,
secret
they don't
handshake?
say it around the shiksas.
Oh, but you gave away the secret.
I gave away a big secret.
Nice
And
answer.
on the internet, too.
We're gonna
Now everybody knows.
report you to the union.
From to the Jewish union.
My name is Kenny.
You the duct tape man?
Adam,
Hey.
you staying Yiddish?
No. Unfortunately, I rebelled when I lived in the Catskills. Yeah, I do, but I rebelled.
Faruski?
Ruski, that's very Russian ancestors, yeah, a little bit. Enough to get me out of a gulag if I had to be.
Gulag.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
there.
too much.
40.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Do they still have no gulag?
Oh, man.
Yeah, she just laid down.
Get him, get him.
I gotta call. I have my 8th favorite game.
Oh, he's got 10-6.
No, my 7th favorite, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's not good.
I bet $100.
100.
Be dead already.
I'm all in on the next one.
Are you? I checked you.
I'm all in.
Do you want action?
Yeah. Go for it.
Hang on.
He's like, wait a second, you were too fast with that one.
I can go for action on this hand.
Tell me what I'm working with, and I'll tell you.
Working with the Ace of Diamonds and the King of Hearts.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I've got 2 pair.
Oh, then I don't want action.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what, you want to do a couple boards? Can you do more than one board here?
What? Yeah.
You have 2 pair?
I have 2.
8-9?
I have 8-9.
Oh, you can still get in a lot of trouble with this.
I know.
I think it's only the 500.
Do you want action?
I don't. I mean,
I'm kind of already in there. I call. I'll give you action. I lose it.
I'm going to play cribbage then. Put a heart out there.
What is it, 230?
I'm not even think about myself.
Yeah. No, he's willing to lay it down. Let him lay it down.
I totally laid it.
No, you sit down.
Before he told me what he had. There it is.
Oh,
Finally, I suck out on you.
Kenny.
God.
You were due.
Oh, I
You were
know.
due for
I
one.
needed something.
You had a way better hand pre-flop anyway, so. See, there goes that $5 tip.
Someone
Give it
made a
back.
brilliant laydown.
want
Almost threw away the
action.
best
Yeah,
hand.
You can't throw down 2 pair.
He was going to.
I can't lay down my hand either.
He told him he had.
I was going to do it, even before that. Even
Tell me what I'm working with. Ace King. Oh, then I call.
No, I said legitimately. I said legitimately.
You want to get a lot of away?
I did have a huge amount.
Board pairs other than
Yeah, neither can I.
No, after I go.
I didn't tell you before I threw
Yeah,
it.
even the suit.
I can't even.
The guy's pulling everything under the sun, and you're going to tell him what you have.
We played together 20 times.
Let me see that.
And you handled that with a lot of class, Adam,
He's a
I must
slight
say.
favorite in that hand. At that position,
Yeah, he did.
No, not with 1 card.
Not with one
That's
card.
good. So tell me what I'm working with.
he's got any heart.
Any heart, any king,
He's
any
got any
four.
heart, any king, any other pair other than the 8-9.
A 4 and an ace.
You're a slight favorite. It's like it's 52 to 40.
And we are back.
I'm serious.
Ace King with the King of Hearts against bottom 2 pairs there,
Yeah, we
Shirley.
saw that.
Yeah.
Five hearts.
2 aces. 2 aces.
Ace 7 against King Queen now.
And 2 fours.
Quite an action table we have brewing tonight.
That's for sure.
20 outs. That's still a lot of outs.
And Cammy's going to bet
No, I
here.
am. I'm like a 56% favorite.
And Nicole takes it down.
No, it's close.
So we did get the new chip counts in, the A30 chip counts. And
I can't believe I told you what I had.
looks like Seton wore 4. Oh, that's Kenny. He had 220 before that hand, so he doubled up. He had 440. And seat number 3, Adam, he's still up, but he's gone down a little bit since the 7 o'clock hour. He had 3240. He was 3,100 at the 8:30, and because he lost that pot, now he's looking like he's about 2,900.
Oh. That's what I like to do, is I like to make sure that I tell them what I have when I have the worst hand, and then put it
Looks
on.
like Nicole's still standing strong with 1350.
That's our chapter
We got
11.
a $15 raise
That
there.
was actually brilliant. It's the only way to get more chips out.
The only way that you don't.
Yes, because he would have folded, right?
When you have the knuckle.
So a $15 raise.
Suck out Kenny.
Wow, Queen Jack. He's got an open-ended straight draw. Adam who raised. Cammy's got Ace 7 again, and she's going to lead again.
Once again, these ace rags.
9-10 ace. Now what is Adam going to do? Cammy bets 40.
First flop, and you have ace king with the king of hearts.
And Adam, who's the original raiser, he's going to raise.
And he asked him what he had, and he told him. He's like, oh, well, I have 2 pair.
Looks like he made it 50 more. So
Yeah,
he
that's
raises
right.
to 50 more. Boy, this is the difficulty with ace rag here.
And I don't think JMX is in that hand. I don't anymore. The 6-9. He's
Yeah,
out of there.
Yeah, he's mucked.
So it's back to Cammie. She does have the best hand at the moment.
She's going to make the call, it looks like. Oh, no, she didn't. She folded. She folded. So Adam takes down the pot. Well, interesting. Ace 8-9 there with 8-9. They were talking about the odds of that hand. With 2 cards to come, Ace King with the King of Hearts is a favorite. Now, when the turn comes a black 4, now obviously Ace King's got a ton of outs, but 8-9 is now a favorite with 1 card to come.
With 1 card left.
Yeah. Probably about 55-45 or 56-44, something like that. Of course, he spiked one of his outs there, which was
Yes,
the 2
he
pairs.
did. Yeah, he caught the king on the end.
I mean, he could also paired his 4 up, too.
Right.
And he would have had a better hand.
Mm-hmm.
Tons of outs. $15 raise here. And a couple of callers. 3-way action, about a $45 pot. Flop is a queen, jack, 4, rainbow.
And it's checked all the way around.
Yeah, JMX again. He
yeah.
didn't bet with top pair. He's done that a couple times from position. And again, it's a value bet. Plus, you're trying to protect your hand. It's not like Queen 8 is vulnerable to other cards like an ace that would come on the turn.
Right. Yeah. Or you might not even have the best hand. Someone might have a bigger kicker than you, and you need to find the information out there.
Yep.
I definitely wouldn't have told him. I told him I had a set of aces.
Of course, if you want to follow a live thread that started every night, you can go to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on forums, World Poker Tour, Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we're right there. Live at the Bike official thread.
And we do follow it, so we will answer questions if you get the questions on here.
Yep. Cammie's raising there. Looks like out of the big blind. She made it 15 more. Pot builder. She's got queen, jack of spades. Difficult to play from out of position. JMX is going to call with a weak ace, and Robertson, they were 7-9 offsuit. And we're going to see a flop. King, 7, queen. 2 clubs on board. Cammie's going to lead here with second pair. She bets $30. She's probably not going to get a call.
I don't think so. But she sticks out really small bets.
Yep. I don't mind that raise as a pot builder in position, but queen jack from the blinds. I'm almost good to wrap the table there at that point.
From the blind?
Queen jack suited,
yeah. It could go either way. If there's a lot of people in there, I might just want to build the pot. I mean, it's either you hit it really hard or you don't hit it, right?
Well, of course, when you do make that raise, you're always vulnerable to a re-raise.
That's true.
Nicole's got pocket kings. She's going to make it 40 to go out of seat 5. JMX is going to call with jack 8 suited. Boy, he's really loosened up, too.
I don't remember him playing like this on last night's show.
And Adam there, he's got a 6-5 of clubs, so he's going to come in. And he's going to check dark. These are one of these hands where you try to break someone with a big stack.
Right.
Wow, 5, 7, 8. Look at that flop for 5, 6. Nicole can't like that flop. 2 spades. She does have the king of spades in her hand. She's bet 60. Now, JMX, boy, he's really pushed hard with top pairs here. He likes to raise with top pair.
Or check top pair if it's checked to him.
In position, right?
Yeah.
But she's bet 50 here.
I think she bet 60.
60. Okay. So the pot is 180, 60 to call. Look at this. He mucks the jack 8. And it was a $75 bet. But Adam's going to check raise here with a pair and an open-ended straight draw. And look at this. Nicole immediately calls. So the pot is now around $500. The big stacks going head-to-head here. 5-6 against an overpair, pocket kings. A lot of scary cards can come on the turn for Nicole. Well, that's one of them, 10 of spades. She's got the king of spades in her hand, though. And he checks.
And she's double-checking her hand to see if she has it.
He checks. And she's going to bet. She's going to bet 200. She's not slowing down. It's a $700 pot now. 200 for Adam to call. And Adam's in rough shape. I mean, if he catches a straight and it's a spade, he loses. I think he's got to let this one go now at this point. I mean, she could be using her position and just, but what, you know, he check raised and she
he
called.
He check raised and he made a move for the pot.
Yeah.
He didn't get it, so he should be done with it.
And she called. Yeah, and he's going to lay it down. Nicole's going to take down the pot.
9 jack of spades.
You have to be right there.
Wait.
Yeah. Can we see the river?
Rabbit
Show
Cam is
the-
an 8 of clubs.
Eight
we can
of
see
clubs,
it.
so it would not have helped his hand.
Nope.
You know, this time he said yes before. I know, I was told I can't do it.
People on the internet can see it, but we can't.
Okay, I'm going to go back and watch it.
It's open-ended with a fair. No, it's 5-9+. That's why I folded it. I didn't have it. 5-6.
I don't know why Nicole wanted to see the river.
To see if she would have lost.
I
No, I know why you're raising. That was wrong.
So we have quite an action game. Pocket kings again, this time from Robert in seat 1. Pocket kings in seat 1. JMX looks like he's limped in. Seat 6.
It's deuce 3 of diamonds.
And JMX looks like he makes it 25 to go.
JMX, Robert.
Robert. And Cammie's going to call with a king 4 of hearts. Pocket 5's there for Adam. And JMX leaves with the low suited connector. So we've got about an $80 pot here to the flop. 4 jack 6. Robert's going to bet 40 with the overpair. Oh, Cammie's going to call. She's got bottom pair.
She has a pair.
And Adam calls with pocket 5s.
Well, once again, if he does catch his 5.
So that's 120 on that street. A jack comes on the turn. Boy, that can't be a good card for Robert. Goes check, check. And the river is a queen. And now Robert's going to bet, figuring that no one, probably didn't have the jack there. Pot was about 250 before the street, so he's betting 100. So the pot is now 350, 100 to call. I guess Cammie was trying to spike 2 pairs or trips, but if she hit her king, she was in big trouble.
Yes.
Boy, that's a tough call there with king 4, Shirley. $350 pot, 100 to call.
I don't see how she could make the call.
I don't either.
She was asking if he wants action.
She mucks. But look at Adam. He's going to make the call with pocket 5s.
Wow.
Yeah. And Robert takes down another pot. Well, one thing to say about having a lot of chips and gambling it up there, but I guess maybe
Well,
he
you
thought the guy
gamble to
had
hit
ace
this
king.
set, but you don't, call off $100. And the funny thing is, I was just talking about how well he was playing on the break when we walked out there. I said, wow, the person in seat 3 has been playing really well. And the last couple hands, I haven't really been impressed with what he's done.
And Cammie's going to limp in with ace rag. I'd probably raise in that spot if I was going to come in with ace 3, but she chooses to limp. 3-way action, $15 pot, ace, ace, 8. She's hit trips. Let's see if she slow plays it. She checks it. A jack comes on the turn. And it gets checked again. And now she bets with the ace. Funny thing is that Nicole might call with the jack. Nope, she doesn't. Cammie, again, did not make any money. And she shows the ace.
Where are you getting action from? Me or her?
I don't give anybody action once I got the nuts. Can you tell?
She never has the nuts.
Well,
She's cutthroat when it comes to poker.
if you want to watch all of the saved shows that we've done, over 600 hours, you can click on the on-demand banner in the right-hand corner of your screen, underneath the link to your website.
Right, Poker Babes.
$14.95 gets you all of that saved action, plus an instructional DVD from Howard Lederer. Look at how much all the poker
And video
that you
with
can learn.
commentary with Kenna James.
Absolutely.
That's worth it in itself.
Ace, Jack, King here on the flop. $15 bet there by JMX. He has King 9. And he's going to take it down.
I can't believe you showed us the ace.
Like I said, I'm at a little bit of a loss to understand how some of these players have been playing. Now, JMX made a nice laydown there with the Jack-8. We've seen him 3 times not bet top pair in position when he didn't have really that high of a pair. Queens are less.
Right.
I'm a little...
I don't know. Haven't you figured out you can't figure out poker players?
Cammy limps in with ace-rag, and Adam raises with ace-5.
Ace-rag.
Yeah, he raises 40. Cammy's got ace-6. Boy, and if she makes this call, she's really here to gamble. JMX was called with king-10 suited. And she's going to make the call. Wow. $40. $120 pot to the flop. King 7-7. Let's see how JMX plays this one. He's up front. He leads right away.
Finally going to bet something.
Well, this time he's out of position and he bets as opposed to betting in position. And look at Adam. He's going to make a play. He's going to raise. It's a $50 bet. And he makes it 100 to go. And JMX, boy, he's just been frustrated by Adam's play.
He
Adam's
looks
got
like he's really frustrated.
Underneath his skin all night. 220 in the pot. Now 320 with that raise. 320, 100 to call. And look at this, JMX. He's going to have no more of it. He re-raises. Makes it 100 more. And Adam mucks the ace-5. And I think JMX showed a 10. As if, I've got a 10. Well, there's one thing to say about accumulating a lot of chips, but then getting kind of over, I don't know, boisterous with your play, making these moves because you're the chip. I mean, it's not a tournament where people aren't as guarded with their chips as if you were going up against a big chip stack in a tournament.
Right.
It's a cash game.
They can go in their pocket and get more.
You know, they can reload. You know, I'm not necessarily intimidated by a big chip stack if I'm on a smaller stack. Now, if I have a big chip stack too, that's when I become careful playing a big chip stack. But if I'm in there with 500, what difference does it make to me if Adam has 3,000 or 30,000 on the table?
That's true.
It really doesn't.
Right.
You know? Cammy's going to bring this one in for a raise out of seat 2. She's got an 8-10 of diamonds. And actually, Craig was the raiser with King Jack of clubs.
Jack of clubs.
So Cammy called. And we're going to see a heads-up flop here. King Jack against 8-10. $45 in the pot. Wow, King, Queen, 10. King Jack's picked up top pair in an open-ended straight draw. Cammy hasn't been afraid to call with any pair on the flop we've seen, but she's got 2 red cards there. Very difficult to call with 8-10 of diamonds here. Craig bets 40. About the size of the pot. Cammy's going to let it go.
Bart, you went to go get tournament stats.
I did indeed. 608 players entered tonight, which means the prize pool was $121,600. First prize is $42,555 for a $200 entry.
I did a damn good estimate. I said bad. 600 players for $40,000 for first. I was right on.
Big tournament. Seat 1 raised to $10. And I think he might have been in the straddle position. Oh, seat 1 made it 10 under the gun.
Yeah, under the gun. With 10-5. One hand I do not play.
King 6-3, a couple of diamonds. Don there in seat 8. He's flopped bottom 2 pairs. And he checks. No one has a king here. Turn is a jack. Let's see if 3-6 bets out now.
Nobody still has a jack.
Wow, 3-6 is going to check again. He's either playing it very conservatively or he's a super slow player because he's got bottom 2 pairs now, Shirley.
Give me a 9.
Yeah.
Here we go, 2 free cards, and the river is a 9. Someone said give me a 9, but I don't think that really gives anybody better than 2 pairs.
No, we have Bow in seat 7, but that's Ryan. I think his initials are RY. I just realized that the player changed.
And it gets checked down, and 2 pairs. And maybe, apparently Don did not have 3-6, because he's turned his hand over, it looks like. So, sorry about that.
Okay. So the 9 did win the hand.
Either that, or he maybe he didn't realize that he had 2 pairs. I mean, sometimes we're
That
quick to
could
say
be.
that the cards are up, but we've seen it happen before. He might not have known that he had 3-6. Pocket jacks here for Adam in seat 3. He's really been the driver. He makes it 30. And here we go, JMX. These 2 guys do not like each other. He's got ace-king, and he's going to smooth call.
30 to you is like a dollar. I have to remember that.
It's been a good year. Oh, you meant cards.
So here we go, heads up.
Yeah, let me see if I can bet it.
About a $65 pot. 8-10-3.
What about 75?
And Adam's going to bet 75. See if JMX pulls the raise that Adam tried to do last time when these guys were heads up.
You're doing all right in the heads up.
And here we go, Shirley.
Yep.
I'm all in.
He's going to raise, and look at this. Jack comes over the top, all in like it was nothing. Take that, JMX, in
There
seat
you
6.
go, yeah.
150 so far?
And boy, these 2 guys really are dancing with each other. And he's moving all in for 3,000.
Well, I have to make a motion for the cameras to show that I'm serious.
So $150 raise there by JMX. Bet was 75. So the pot before that was 300. Now it's about a $3,300 pot, maybe 1,500 to call. And JMX mucks the ace king. And let's see if Adam does not show.
I'm embarrassed. I'm a hand.
He didn't have that beat, that's for sure.
That's good.
Oh, that's great. And
And
I think we
he's
should-
really pulling it off, so you know JMX is fuming
yeah,
inside.
we should have a JMX cam.
Yeah.
He can't be pleased.
I suspected
If I knew he was going to do it, I wouldn't have raised it.
Honestly, as a tribal thing, I'd probably jacks. You'll see it. I qualified. That's right. Power to the people.
Well, JMX can sign up for the archives. $14.95 gets you all the saved action.
Sign up so he can hear me say that he was a clown.
He's got ace queen off suit.
45 more.
And Adam has jack 10 off suit.
Check dart, sir.
And he calls, so we're heads up. Jack 10 against ace queen. 5-5-7. Oh, and it goes check, check. Turns a 3. Check, check.
Same 2 going to battle.
River's a 9. Now, JMX has got the queen of diamonds. And Adam has the jack of diamonds for a flush. Both players have flushes. Pot is about $100. And JMX bets 100 here on the river. And Adam instantly calls. And JMX wins this round with the queen of diamonds.
I'll let you get there.
So I have a feeling that these guys are going to be going head-to-head a lot.
Looks like it.
Yeah, let's see. JMX has probably... Well, he lost 150, and then he gained a little bit back
He
there.
won. Yeah, but I think he has about 500 or 600
Right.
if we get a close look at him. But he has gone up because he only had about 280 when he started the show at 6 o'clock. He had 340. Looks like 700 in front of him.
Yeah.
World War II.
About 720 he's got in front of him there.
That's what he just said.
All he
Robert's going to raise here from the button. He's got king, queen offsuit. Boy, Adam's playing really loose. He's going to call with an ace deuce out of position. 10-7-4. Check, check. Turn is a king. That's Robert's card. And now Adam's going to lead out, though. He's going to bet 45. And Robert calls. Pot's about 140 now. River's a 9. Ooh, I can't believe Robert. Well, I'm surprised Robert didn't bet there for a little value on the end.
Yeah.
But takes it down. You can see Dave Tuckman in the
I was just
foreground
going to
there
say, we
playing
can
the
see
30
him
game.
back there.
Yep.
Eating.
In the brown chip game.
No, I can't bet against you with a 9 on the board. I told you that.
Well, I'll put you on Jack for a second.
You shouldn't have been in there with these dudes.
Looks like Nicole has raised here with pocket 9s under the gun, and JMX calls with a queen 10 offsuit, $45 pot, deuce 5-8. And again, it baffles me, Shirley, why you would give action to probably the tightest player on the table when she raises under the gun and you call with queen 10 offsuit.
Right.
In early position to her immediate left.
Somebody else is talking. I think just tonight, though. Somebody else will use it tonight.
Let me go to the wall.
Seat 6 limps. He's got queen 10 off again. Robert's going to raise here. He's got pocket 3s. It's almost like a limit raise, trying to hit the set, win a bigger pot. Couple calls, and we got a $50 pot moving to the flop. Deuce 8 jack, 2 diamonds. JMX has got a gut shot.
See if he can bet out here. Guess not.
Oh, it's going to get checked around. The turn is a 7. Gives Craig a gut shot now. And Craig's going to bet there on the gut shot. He's going to bet 40. Robert's hand is still good. And he mucks. And seat 6 mucks. And Craig takes it down.
Oh, I had lunch at sushi.
Not bad. 63rd already?
Yeah.
It's almost over.
What I had.
$20 raise here. Pocket 6 is there by Robert. He's going to bring it in for 20. Got three-way action here. 8 deuce king. JMX has got top pair. And he's checked it from early position. And now Robert's going to bet with 6s. He's going to bet $30. So action's back to
JMX, and he's
seat
going to raise.
6. He's going to check raise.
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. But
Looks like he made it 90.
Looks like he made it 60,
70. He's made it 70. Wow, and Robert's going to call. Interesting. So the pot's now $200. The turn is a 5. King 10 checks. Robert checks right behind him. And the river's a jack. Kind of open school about how it's difficult to play like a King 10 out of position with top pair. Well, now he's going to bet 100. So the only thing that Robert might be able to think is he has
Missed
he
a
can
spade
beat
draw,
yeah
maybe.
he can beat a busted spade draw. It's a $100 bet. The pot is 300, 100 to call. So the pot's giving him about 2 to 1, or excuse me, 3 to 1.
Yes, that is how, that's a real tournament.
Where at Hustler? On Saturday?
That is a real tournament.
He's still thinking about it.
It's going to be a good tournament. They're flying satellites for all day long.
Half hour around, you can't play. All you have to get lucky.
And he's going to make the
He's
call,
calling.
Shirley.
Unlimited rebuys for the first hour. You can get in. And they pay
And once Robert checked on the turn, JMX probably figured that if the spade didn't come, King 10's going to be good. Putting in a nice value bet there on the river.
I have points. That's why that's the only reason I play is because I'm like a left-handed points. So, you get to play, you get 2 options. You can play Larry heads up for 10K, or you get $5,000 games for Lincoln.
Pocket jacks this time for Robert now in seat 1. He's picked up 3 straight pairs.
Hasn't done well with the other ones. 3s and 6s.
And Nicole's going to call with 5-8 of clubs. The raise looked like it was 20. 35. The raise was 35.
6-7's calling there with Jack 10 suited.
So we've got 4-way action. $150
I think
pot
we
with
have
the
3.
blinds.
I think Craig folded. He doesn't play. I think.
Oh, it's 3.
Yeah, I think he folded ace-9.
Flop is an ace-6 queen, where that jacks can't like that. And Robert really is shut down when he doesn't have much of anything. Turn is an 8. And now Nicole has a pair. She's checked. Looks like Ryan checked. And now Robert bets. He's going to bet 75. And he's going to take it down. Well, an astute player would notice from what Robert has been showing down that he's not necessarily slow playing an ace or a queen. If he didn't bet the flop there in position, he probably doesn't have an ace or a queen. You might fire out with some sort of draw on the turn. Although he just kind of burnt through a lot of chips by calling 2 streets with pocket 6s, so you might not get him to lay down jacks on the turn.
That's true.
There.
Yeah, they're talking about the tournament on Saturday. Saturday is the rebuy tournament, $150,000 guaranteed. Oh, well, I'm talking about the
$300 no limit hold'em tournament, multi rebuys.
All right, $150,000 guaranteed.
We're gonna see a flop. Deuce 7 queen, couple of clubs. Gets checked around. The turn is a king of clubs. 3 clubs on board. No one has a king, no one has a queen. Ryan looks to have the best hand in seat 7.
Robert has the only club there with the 4.
But Ken is going to bet out here. He's got a gut shot to the jack. And he's going to take it down.
So if you don't walk away with the first prize or win part of that $150,000, you can at least leave with a free T-shirt. They're giving away free T-shirts that day.
Well, I got to say that if the guarantee is $150 on that, and they get, it's going to be at least $200,000, I would think.
I would think so. Yeah.
Of course, we still have our $1 million jackpot here. We drew for the
Chance
first time.
family.
Yeah,
Did we draw?
we drew for the first time on Monday, and I don't believe that the table share was at $10,000. So 1 in 100 chance there. You pick one envelope if you've won a jackpot for the month. And that happens on the last Monday of every month. Cami raised there, it looks like, to 15 with ace-queen offsuit in seat 2. And she's going to get called in several spots. Three-way action. About a $50 pot to the flop. Ace 3-10. Cami's got top pair. And she's checked top pair from early position. Trying to get tricky with it. The turn is another ace. And and she's checked it again, Shirley. And let's see the river. River's a king. And boy, do we see a consistent pattern.
Yes.
And she's bet. And she takes down the hand, but makes no money. Now with what we saw, she probably wasn't going to be able to get a call there from anyone.
No. But she did give the 4-5 a free card for the deuce.
Absolutely. Yep. 2 free cards.
Yes.
Now again, in this game, where this game, it's in between the 200 and the big game. If you're comfortable giving away free cards to lose, $600-700, then fine. When you move up to bigger games, when you've got 5,000 in front of you, are you going to give away those 2 free cards?
No.
Without putting money in there?
I might give away one, though. I mean, it would be hard to put someone on deuce 4, but... Or whatever it was.
4-5.
Corey made the will, yeah.
Seat 9's making it 30 to
I
go.
know Cami's calling. Ace rag.
Pocket 10s. And we're going to see 5-way action here. 3-way action, $150 pot. Deuce 4-6. Now the question is Robert going to get in trouble? He's got an overpair. It's a ragged flop. And again, these are one of the toughest decisions in No Limit Hold'em. I sometimes feel that the best decision is sometimes to either raise and get information or muck. I wouldn't commit all my chips to pocket 8s with this board. $95 bet, strong bet by Craig. $85 bet. So the pot is $180, $85 to call. And look at this. Well, he's going to raise it to $185. Now, I don't mind this raise, but if Craig comes back over the top...
Well, this is what you're talking about.
Right.
You get the information right here.
Right.
If he does come over the top, you're done with the hand.
But the question now is...
It's going to cost you a lot less.
Craig only has pocket 10s. Is he going to come over the top?
Now Cami's thinking, should I call for a 5?
Ugh.
5 or
no
an ace?
diamonds.
Well, she's thinking.
He's raised it to 185. So he raised it 100. So the pot now is about $370, 100 for Craig to call. And let's see what Craig does.
He calls.
He's going to call. So now the pot is approaching $500.
Ooh.
The turn is a 10. Now Craig has top set. And he checks it. And Robert bets 150. And Craig has check raised him all in. And now Robert's got his information. Craig has check raised him all in for $670. Robert had made it 150 there on the turn. Pot was $650 when Robert bet. So now the pot is $1,320. An additional $470. Excuse me, I believe an additional $520 for Robert to call. 520 back to Robert to call here. What did I say the pot was?
I don't remember, Bart. 6 something, I think.
So 680 in that pot plus the 600. It's about a $1,400 pot. 500 for Robert to call. And I can't see how he can make this call. Unless he thinks the guy might have a couple of high diamonds in his hand. But we saw him call with pocket sixes earlier.
Yeah, but it was only $100.
520.
You can do it.
Again, about 1,400 in that pot. 520 to call here for Robert. He is drawing totally dead if he makes the call. Oh my goodness, he calls. He makes the call and drawing totally dead. The river's an ace of diamonds. And oh my goodness. And again, he's not going to show that hand down. Let's see if a certain person asked to see the hand.
He did.
He did. He asked to see the hand there in seat 6.
Give me that magazine. I'm going to go smack him upside his head.
Pocket 8s with a huge call. Boy, a lot of people are committing a lot of chips to some mediocre hands.
Yes.
My goodness.
That's ugly. I thought he played it well to get away from the hand for as cheaply as he could. And then he goes and does that. And once again, someone asked to see the hands. Mm-hmm.
And Craig takes down a huge pot.
That would be the clown in seat 6.
Yeah, we're not going to get all personal.
I didn't say any. I didn't say his name. They already know that.
There's Matt.
Matt's standing in front of the camera. Matt, step to the side. we dragged him to the side.
Donna took him by the arm.
Donna took him, yeah.
Craig takes down a monster pot. One of the biggest pots we've seen tonight.
I don't know. That ace-7 still.
Ugh. Funny thing is, Cammie, if she had called all the way through, she would have won.
Oh, yeah, she would have hit her ace. Yeah. No, she wouldn't have. He had a set of 10s on.
Oh, that's right.
On
Yeah,
the
he
turn.
made the set on the turn.
Yeah.
Looks like we get a raise here by Craig. He's got King 10 suited. Well, Cammie would have hit her hand, so you wonder if you would have got paid off even more.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. And we're going to see four-way action. It's about a $100 pot. King 6-9. Gets checked to Craig, and he's going to bet from the button with top pair. And he's going to take it down. Craig is on a roll. The welder glasses.
I want to see 3 and 6 go to battle again. 4 and 6. No, 3 and 6.
3 and 6, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Nicole is capable of picking off seat 3, though, too. She's just waiting.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he has been getting involved with her, too.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Mike Tyson doesn't get to go back and watch his fight.
No, he does get to see.
They don't make him pay
So seat 9's got about 1,400 in front of him, so he's another one you got to watch out for.
Yeah, what did he come to this table with? It was like 800, right?
Yeah.
Because it was a rack and one on top.
Yeah. Well, I think he probably has more than that then, because he won at least 800 off of Robert that last hand. Unless he had moved down a little bit.
Some, yeah.
Oh, okay. King 9 here. Well, Adam's coming in with almost anything. He played in deuce 10. Well, he's in the blind. And I believe this hand was actually straddled there by Ken there in seat 4. Well, maybe not. He's not in the hand. Craig is going to bet here with the ace-9, and he's going to take it down. And he's won 3 or 4 in a row now. There should be like an action disc like we do in stud high-low on the table. Or he's got to put up some sort of kill. He's won 4 hands in a row.
Yep.
$30 the raise there by Robert. Queen 7 of diamonds. Adam's going to make the call there with pocket 4s. And here we go. JMX is in there. He's got an ace rag. Ace 7, queen 7, and pocket 4s. Deuce 3, 6. You wonder if Adam's going to show a lot of strength with this.
Ken's kicking himself right now. He just folded 4-5.
Robert bets and Adam's going to check raise with pocket 4s. Not a bad play. And I'm sure Robert's going to be done with the hand.
Yep.
And Adam takes it down. I don't know if Craig is getting up or he's just got another rack. Sometimes the best strategy is if you win a lot to just kind of get up and leave. You know?
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to get up when you're a winner.
Well, but then there's other things, though, too, is that a lot of people tend to stay at the table when they're losing. Whereas if you've got a great table in and winning a lot, I like to stay.
Yeah. So. If I'm playing well and I'm sitting at a good table, then I'll stay.
Whoa, look at this.
But I also feel really uncomfortable. If I had something like he had in front of you, where it's like you have like $2,000 and other people have $2,000, you could lose your whole stack at one time. I probably would get up.
We're going to see probably a pretty big pot here. We got some interesting hands. Ace Queen suited brings it in for 25. Robert calls with King Jack suited. 8, 9 of diamonds over there for Adam. Ken's in there with pocket 10s. Seat 6 has got pocket 5s, or seat 7's got pocket 5s. So 5-way action, $125 pot, all red cards. And the flop is an ace 6, 6. So Don, the original raiser, he's got top pair. He's played really tight.
Yeah, I don't even remember I don't remember the last time he was in a hand.
He bet 75 into a $125 pot. And actually, Nicole is the one with pocket 10s. And the action's on her. I don't know if she realizes it or she's just thinking. Well, she's asking for time. Now, the pot is $200, 75 to call. If she wanted to peel here to hit a set, she'd want to make at least 20 to 25 times her money. And I don't think that Don has 1,500 in front of him to do that. And she mucks.
20 to 25 times your money. Where do you come up with that?
She's got 2 outs and 1 card. She's seen 5 cards out there, 2 plus her flop, so there's 47 cards left. She wants to hit 2 of the remaining 2 of the remaining 10s. So she's got about a 2 in 47 chance of doing that. This is about 20 to 25 to 1. Applied odds, the amount of money you'd want to make. You got to take into account your player too, because if she moves all in or check raises them all in, is he going to call with ace queen if a 10 comes on the turn? I mean, seeing the way Don's played, probably not. He's played pretty conservatively, so got to really pick your battles with the right player. Now, the way I can see that Adam's been shoving around his chips, I might make that call, because he might commit all his chips with top pair.
That's true.
Queen Jack 3, all hearts. JMX has got top pair there with Queen 4. And he's bet $15. Robert's going to call over there with 9 Jack without the heart. It's a tough call to make without that heart. Turn is a 5. It goes check, check. And the river's a 9. It gives Robert jacks up, but JMX has got the 4 hearts in his hand. And he's going to bet with the 4 of hearts. and does not get paid off by Jack 9. Interesting bet in early position with that board. Wow. Oof. Get the best looking cocktail waitresses at the bike, and you just gotta love their new outfits. Purple t-shirt.
You like it? Well, they're pink.
Oh, pink.
With jeans, yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's 650, 700.
But the way that they do the percentages, they're paid for it.
This is a great game to be in here, Shirley, I think.
I
love
know.
to play in this game. Cammie's raising to 45. She's got pocket sevens. And I don't think she's going to get any action. Big Blind's got king queen offsuit here. He's thinking about making a call.
He's thinking about it.
Again, though, it's tough to play that hand out of position. He's going to muck.
I lay down ace.
Yeah, you lay down ace king.
Yeah.
You lay down ace king.
I laid down ace 9. I laid down 5.
You too? No queens were coming in.
Yeah, we did that. That queen.
Ace king?
I had a pocket pair.
You know, in San Francisco, that's the top win.
Oh no.
Which? Pocket queens? That's right.
Do you like baseball, Shirley?
I'm not a big fan at all.
Of sports?
No, I like sports and I like playing them. I played a lot when I was growing up, but I don't know. Baseball is just really boring. Like,
My
it's
afternoon
okay
was
to go
filled
to a game.
with watching ESPN Classics. Display of the last 3 perfect games. That was some fun stuff today.
That seems awfully boring. I mean, that perfect game, they're not even getting, like, scores, right? Isn't that what a perfect game when the pitcher...
Perfect game is 0. Yep, all
when
zeros.
the pitcher, right.
$35 raise. Get called in 2 spots. Or actually, we got 4 people in there. King 10-10. Adam's got a 10. Seat 3. And he's going to lead right into it. And Adam takes it down.
Maybe. Exactly. Wait a minute. Oh, one's a cross race.
Nice straddle.
You guys can see my cards?
So Adam bet right out on the trips that time.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm praying I don't have a hand. Hang on.
I'm sure you're going all in no matter what.
I don't want to play aces against you.
Not when you know true
No, the button goes away. I don't want to.
With or without chips?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh!
I give him back.
Here we go. Gonna see a flop. I believe this one was limped around. 7 deuce 6 rainbow.
You did indeed, sir.
Gets checked around. Turn is a deuce.
Come on, Craig. Am I the only person that leads out on gut shot straight draws? On rag boards like that?
How about this? Robert's gonna bet $100.
On king high.
Let's get king 5. $85. And he doesn't have any straight draw, does he?
No, he has king high. But Craig could have picked up that pot if he had made that move first. And if he had gotten called, he had outs. That's why I like to do it.
Show the 2.
Come on, show something.
Come on, show the 2.
Okay, so it was a 6 on the rabbit cam.
Oh!
I became.
I had the exact same manual. Even the same suits.
Really? Which on 9 deuce? Oh, right, he's got it. Back to Thunderhand. Yeah.
Back to Thunderhand.
Yeah. He's got a nickname in this game. I was told in when I was a kid. Never played cards with anybody.
Can we show that, Isaac?
Oh,
That's our
there
new
we go.
electronic board.
Yeah.
No, Texas are fine. Texas are alright.
And our new section.
And there's our new section.
You play with like 6 people in Texas.
It's like going to New York, everyone's in yo.
Yeah, there it is. It's true. It's not yo.
And here we don't have anything.
Everyone here's name is Dude.
Flop is a 9-deuce-4 rainbow. Cammie's going to bet out. She's got top pair there in seat 2. Action's over to Craig there in seat 9 with 4-5. And Robert's got a deuce, so they're going to pick their battles.
That's it. She gets it.
Yeah. She shows the 9. So does Cammie qualify as a girl that you want to get up and make a table change for? Those of you people that are regular viewers, I had asked Shirley about a week ago about other beautiful women on the table.
Well,
Shirley made a comment saying that I actually
would get up.
You actually like a table change because you'd rather have the attention on yourself.
Yeah, but that was because it was Brandy Roderick at the table, a Playboy playmate. I'm not going to sit at the same table with her.
Well, a case could be made that
Cammie's a cute girl,
yeah.
but Brandy was beautiful.
This guy went bust with 10-3 earlier.
Straddle there by Adam. 4-way action, $40 pot.
Oh my God.
Ace, king, deuce. No one has a king, no one has an ace.
Someone has a deuce.
Adam has a deuce.
10-3 is nuts.
And Adam's going to bet on the deuce. $20. Wow, Robert's going to call. I don't know if he's trying to set up a play here. He's calling with Jack 9. He's calling with Jack high, as Alex Powers would say. The turn is a
Jack
6.
High.
All right, look at this. Adam checks behind him. So let's see if Robert throws a bet here on the river.
It's
Well, the river's a 9, but it's a third heart. And he's going to bet.
Oh! He's so nice. He's waiting for the call.
Hey, you know the 9 was going to
You should have showed like another card. That's not
And he takes it down. No. That time it worked for Robert. So tomorrow night, Shirley, we're going to have our big no-limit game. Probably 10-20, $1,000 buy-in.
That's 10-20 blinds.
10-20 blinds, yeah. Hopefully we'll see some new faces coming around. Although tomorrow night is not a no-limit hold'em tournament.
Tomorrow's
it's
the
an Omaha
Omaha tournament.
Pot's been raised to $20. What a surprise.
$20 raise here. Ken's got pocket queens. And he looks like he's re-raising. He's in the big blind. Robert had raised there with a 6-9 as suited. Adam had called with ace-4, and Ken re-raised to about 100 with queens. And he takes it down.
Mm-hmm.
Six. It's queen 6.
Exactly.
I don't know if I threw that out there either, but
Couple of ace-jack offsuits.
And the queen jack there.
Yep. $20 raise
Pocket
there.
eights. Nope, 8-10.
Well, Nicole is raised with ace-jack offsuit under the gun. It's a $40 raise. And she gets called by Robert.
What does she have?
Ace-jack offsuit. And Adam. So we're going to see a flop. $120 pot. Wow. 5-6-4. Got to imagine that Adam's going to check raise if somebody bets. Robert's going to bet.
Looks like he's betting all in, so he's not check raising.
Oh, he's going to call then.
Yeah. Nicole's finished.
Yeah. And because some of those cards are dead, it's even less that Robert's going to catch one of those cards. Turn is a 6. Oh, River's a jack. River is a jack, and Robert stays alive. We've got about a half an hour left in the show. Game has deflated a little bit since the beginning, but still quite loose.
Yes.
Wow, man.
Six-way action limped around. It's a $30 pot. 469. Looks like Nicole threw a bet out. Or was it JMX? Let's see. JMX threw the bet out just with overcards. Craig calls with King 4, and Nicole calls with 6-7. The turn is a 5. Now Craig's picked up a flush draw as well. JMX is going to check, and Craig is going to fire.
And Nicole still has the best hand here.
Well, she's got an open-ended straight draw now,
Right,
too.
and a pair.
It's a $75 bet. Pot is $165, 75 for Nicole to call with a pair and a straight draw. And she looks like she really wants to make this call.
I'm still in. Scott's not going to make it to the
She's going to muck it. And Craig takes it down.
Rabbit Cam 7.
Rabbit Cam has a 7 of hearts.
She would have had two pairs.
She would have had
She
two
still would
pairs.
have had the best hand.
Yeah, but that would have been a very scary card.
Yeah.
Well, they're asking at the table how many people were in the tournament. We can tell you out there that there were 608 people at the tournament. And first prize was $42,555. Craig has got Jack 10 off-suit. He raises to 20. Adam's going to call there with Queen 6 suited. Come on, let's have a seat 3, 6. Here we go. Seat 6 is in there with Jack 9. $60 pot to the flop. Jack 9 5.
Oh.
Wow, and Adam
This
flops
is exactly
a flush.
what we wanted.
This is what we wanted, folks.
JMX,
top 2 pairs
top
and a
2
flush.
pairs versus flush.
And Jack 9 bets 25, and Craig's in there with top pair. The pot is now $85, 25 to call. Craig calls. So now the pot was 110, and Adam makes it 75 more. The pot is 185 now. 50 more for JMX to call. He calls. It's 225 now. Now if you're Craig, what do you do? My goodness.
Craig's
going to muck. So 225. Boy, I hope I don't
have
see
the
a
battle
heart.
between
I don't want
Adam
to see a
and
heart
JMX.
on the turn. No heart.
No, we want to see a black.
And oh, that's
There
a
we go.
great card. Black 3. $220 pot. JMX is first to act here. And he's going to check. And Adam's going to bet 150. So the pot is now 370, 150 to call.
And he's calling.
He's going to call. Or is he going to raise?
No, he said
He's
I call.
called.
He's counting them out.
So now the pot is about 520. over a $500 pot. And again, I'm hoping not to see a heart
We
there.
want a black 7 or
Yep.
something like that. Black deuce.
$520 to $550 pot. Oh, the river's a heart. Jack 9 checks.
So what does she possibly have?
And now Adam, does he put a bet in here or does he check it down?
I think he's going to put a bet.
He's going to bet 150. Or is it more than that? I thought he started to have white chips.
I think, yeah, he just moved him around and said 150.
150.
So now what's his name is JMX is sitting there talking to him, trying to get some kind of information.
So now the pot is about 800, 700, 150 to call. I'm surprised JMX. And he makes the call, and Adam has him again. And again, I don't know if JMX was slow playing on the turn, or if he was trying to wait for a safe card. But he made the call when that fourth heart came there.
Why didn't I raise? I was trying to limit my liability and hoping I paired up.
Yeah, you raise, I push all in. Of course.
I guess that's what he said. He was limiting his liability. That's why
And
he
hoping
didn't
that
raise.
it paired, but
Yeah.
it didn't pair, but he still gave away more
He
chips.
still
so
called when the
that's
fourth
just a
heart
prop.
came out. Yep.
Another chip count would be great.
You couldn't get a high card on the river, like a jack? No.
So yeah, if we see another chip count, see some of the differences
Yeah,
in the chips.
yeah, because I'm really curious to see. I keep seeing seat 3, Adam's chips, because he had lost a little over the last half hour.
Yeah. And again, I'm surprised. Well, you wonder if that heart hadn't come on the river, what would have happened?
If he would have been able to get a little bit more.
I think I would have pushed hard if I was Adam. Craig's got ace queen here. Adam's got deuce 5. Kloppa's ace 4 deuce. Craig's going to bet.
How much, sir?
1,300, 1,100, 60.
He bets 60. Look at this. Adam quickly calls. Wow. So the pot is now $200. Craig had raised pre-flop. The turn is another 4. He's going to bet 100.
It sounds like he said call.
I don't know if he's done anything yet.
Oh, I thought he said it.
Wow, and he's going to make the call. Unbelievable. $400 pot now. And we're going to see a river.
Well, Adam needs a 3 here, or a deuce.
And the river is a 7. So it's a $400 pot. So Craig's going to continue to bet. He's going to bet 100. Value / blocker bet.
Adam's done.
Wow, it's a $700 pot, 100 to call.
He's done.
He's got 7 to 1 odds.
Yeah, but he was looking to improve his hand. I don't actually think he thought his pair of deuces was good. He's done.
And he's going to muck.
Doesn't matter if you're getting 7 to 1 if you think your hand's not
Absolutely.
good,
Absolutely.
Yeah, 3 5 Good answer.
Can't agree with you more. So we got a new chip count here, brought to you by Joker Gaming. Well, look at this. Adam's down to 2,100 in seat 3. So he's down about 1,300 in the last couple of hours. Yep.
Even after winning that hand? Isaac, can you get a close-up? I just can't believe that he's down 2,100. He won a big pot.
Well, I don't know if that chip count was before or after that hand.
After that hand. Okay, he has...
So it was before that hand.
Okay, so
he's got 1,000 in yellows and probably he's probably up to 2,800 or 2,900. So we're getting word that he has 2,000 in white, 1,000 in yellow. So he's up to 3,000.
He's about 3,000.
Ace 9 jack. Turn is a 9. And the river's a king. And Don there in seat 8, he's got the best hand with the jack.
We all have a 3? I have a 3. That's crazy. That's sick. 3 comes, we go to war.
We're going to war over what? With that board?
Well, that's what I mean. Oh, joke. 9 is go to war.
Queen 3, Jack 3.
Got a live straddle here.
3-6.
Live straddle. It's 0-0, 3 to 500.
I lose. It's not going to be it. No, it's nothing going to happen.
Hey, I didn't even.
Would you have Connie's all in? With a Jack 9?
Yeah, of course.
Live straddle here, folks.
Look at that
there's
shot.
a shot. Look at that. Wow.
Pretty sure I said that.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
I got you on that.
Ace King suited here for seat 6. JMX is going to raise it up. Big Slick suited. Makes it $30. Button calls with an Ace 10 suited. We get 6-way action. It's a $180 pot already.
Carrie's in there again with Ace 4.
Yeah. $180 pot. King 4-9. Pretty good flop for JMX. And the question is Cammy going to stay in there with the Ace 4? And he's made a bet here. Can't quite tell how much the bet is.
Looks like about 35.
35 into a $180 pot?
Looks
Wow.
like that to me.
Well, no one calls.
I'm trying to fix the shuffle machine there.
Didn't like it.
Good answer.
Did we turn it back on?
Look at Craig there in seat 9. He's got 2,300 chips.
Wow.
He's got 4 racks there, and then he's
And
got
he
some
came
chips
with
on the
800,
side.
so he's
Yeah.
winning. Yeah, he's winning 1,500. And then Nicole has 1,400, and she started. She started with 470. She's winning about 1,000.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to hand shuffle for the next 15 or 20 minutes.
I think they can handle it.
It's rather primitive, though, for modern.
They do get a little spoiled, though.
Yep.
I was pretty sure it was fair. I was that set. That's what I was trying to think. When the board paired, I wasn't sure. That's why I only got 150.
They couldn't win if I don't look at their hand.
I figured if you were going to slow play a set that slow
That's scary.
and everything, let me get there with my flush.
Live straddle, but nobody's
No, what I'm saying is that's how after the turn I knew you didn't have a set. So when the board paired, I thought I was still good. Because if you would have guarded against the flush already, you would have guarded against me getting it.
Well, JMX and C3 are still talking about that flush hand.
I thought you had Jack 9.
I don't understand what he's talking about. Maybe.
How do you like how I come in the
You want me to tell you honestly? Because I thought by saying that you would think that I would be afraid if you're all in
Yep.
and I get all your chips.
That makes things a little awkward. Usually they bring the new one in so
Yep.
that the hole
There-
doesn't sit there
There's
for
a
a couple
hole in
minutes.
the table. Oh, there's Don.
Well, she did that fast.
JMX limped in with Ace 7 suited, and Ryan raised here with Ace Queen.
just the two of us.
And JMX is going to lay it down.
Well, that exact part, yeah.
Just the two of us, huh? It's an 80s song, wasn't it?
Just the two of us. Yeah.
Can't remember who did it.
I could think of the song. I don't know. It's fixed.
Thank you, Donnie. You're the nuts. I need one piece one there, my friend. Yeah, get 50 cents. The new Asian rapper we're launch.
17 yen?
50 yen.
Oh, 50 yen.
50 yen. Indonesia rapper 50 yen.
Very good.
So it's going up by the day too. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, what is it, like 6 million yen a dollar now? Where are we?
Limp, 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 and a raise. $35 there by Craig. Jack 10 suited. And Adam's going to call here with a King 10 offsuit. $70 pot. King 5-4. Adam checks and Craig bets. He's going to bet 40.
Make it 80.
And Adam check raises to 80. And Craig quickly folds.
Like King 10.
I don't know if King 10 is a big king, but he did have a king.
Right. He showed the king.
You know, someone mentioned on 2+2, we were talking about how peeling off to try to hit your set on the turn. I had said that Nicole would really, if she didn't think that her hand was good with an ace on board with pocket tens, she would want to make between 20 and 25 times her money on that call. Now, the bet was $75. And then take into account the fact that the guy's going to pay me off if I hit my 10. I have about a 1 in 23 shot of hitting my 2-outer. So that's how much money I want to make on the bet. So if the guy bets $75, I'm looking to make a minimum of $1,500 if I don't think I'm good with my pocket tens with implied odds.
Okay. I still don't know if I'm really understanding what you're saying because it doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, you should have 25 times the money. I don't know.
$100 bet here by JMX. He's got ace 10. The pot is $100, and I believe the bet was about $100. So now the pot is $200. $100 for Craig to call. Tough spot with ace 10 offsuit here. Again, one of the most overrated hands in Hold'em.
I know you hate it. But it's a big step up from Cammie's ace-4. I mean, she doesn't have it on this hand, the ace-4 that she's been playing.
Action is still on Craig here. And he mucks, and I'm sure everyone else is going to muck and take it down. To try to make it a little bit simpler, it's kind of like if you're trying to peel for a gut shot. You're looking for 4 outs with 1 card to come. So you're trying to make 11 or 12 to 1 on your money by making that call. You want to give yourself the true outs with that 1 card. You want to give yourself the true odds with that 1 card.
Okay,
to
so
come.
you're not saying necessarily what the pot was, but what they have behind them too.
Absolutely.
You're factoring that in.
If it's
and
$75,
if you could possibly get that.
If it's a $75 bet to me, and I know the guy has an ace, okay, and there's an ace on board, and I have pocket tens. If he bets 75, in order for me to make that call, and I hit my 10, I need to be paid off on the next street at least $1,500, at least 20 to 1, even a little bit more than that, because those are my chances that I'm going to catch the 10. $20 raise here. Pocket aces in seat 1. And seat 1 is re-raised. Craig is the original raiser with queen 10. Ace is raised to 50. And I believe that seat number 7's got queens. And JMX in the blind. And Don, he's in big trouble. Actually, he pulled the limp. He's going for the limp re-raise.
There we go. Because Don has been playing pretty tight.
So he's done the limp re-raise to 200. And Robert's got aces, so that's kind of a no-brainer. And he's short-chipped, and he's going to make the call. So aces against queens.
He's not going to show.
Someone said it has to be ace king. How
Right.
can it possibly be ace king if there's aces out there? King 9-7. Turn is an ace, and Don doesn't have the queen of diamonds in his hand.
No.
And look at this. Someone's asking to see his hand again,
I wonder
Shirley.
who that was.
How bad would that flop have been for me?
Boy, they have to change that rule, huh?
Yes, they do. Just for my sanity, at least.
Four diamonds is powerful.
He comes back. It's screwing with you there.
Look at him, back in the game.
I knew he had aces.
Base on his 50. Base on his 50.
How excited you got her.
It's all personal. I didn't give in. No, I didn't, like I said, I didn't see that. That's pretty
$10 it looks like.
Right.
That's the.
Then when you started going, let's flip them over.
5-way action, $50 pot.
Look at the ace.
We've got Adam with 9-3 this time.
Queen 6-7.
He's really pushing it.
Ken is going to bet 35 here with Queen 9.
Smelling BS over there?
What kind of bid is that?
Robert's got a gut shot over there in seat 1. JMX has got pocket 8s.
Robert, no. No gut shot.
Oh, no gut shot. All right, it would have been 7-8 would be a gut shot.
And he sucks out.
Huh? If the flop was 7-8, yes.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think he's one of the craftiest players at the table, so if not the craftiest.
So JMX is thinking this is 8's good. He's got a second pair to the board.
And he is acknowledging Adam's crafty play at the moment. I think it was him.
Well, I think he's trying to. Well, he's going to muck it.
Had a good hand.
Robert's going to muck the 10 jack, and Ken takes it down.
Queen Jack.
Can he yield? No.
No, it wasn't queen queen. It was suited though.
It's kind of like, Shirley, when you say that you're calling a pocket pair, and you want to make, say, 10 times your money on the size of the bet. It's the same thing. If someone's raised to $50 and I have pocket deuces, if I can make $500 total, I'm going to call. And it's actually a little bit less than that because the chances of flopping a set are about 8
you're
to 1.
talking about pre-flop.
Right.
Right.
But I'm talking about implied odds. It's the same thing on the turn.
I'm gonna muck it. I know
Come
you
on
can
in.
muck it,
Don't worry about it. This is a big deal.
Five-way action here. It's been limped around.
Oh!
Queen 3, queen, 2 diamonds.
So I know there's no queen on there. Go ahead.
I have a feeling this one's going to get checked.
We know you'll have it. Just get it thrown away.
No, I didn't throw away a queen.
Huh?
No, I did not throw away a queen.
The turn is a jack. No one still has a pair.
No one even really has a draw.
That is. I just think what's out of job.
But I don't think Adam's going to let this get checked twice. Guess so.
Yep. And the river is an ace, and no one has an ace.
Got more issues in Marvel Comics.
Who invited you to live at the bike?
And JMX there, he bets $15.
He's bluffing with the best hand.
He's got the best hand.
Nice answer.
Queens with an ace, king, jack. Or queens with ace, king. Yeah, ace, king, jack.
Hey, you have 50 behind.
His last hand?
Yeah.
No.
Again, we are live at the bike. We're doing a restricted buy-in, 3 to 500 game. The blinds in this game are 5 and high, 5, rolling into the last 5 or 10 minutes left in the show. Join us tomorrow at 6 o'clock for a big no-limit game.
Well, I'll be playing the Omaha game.
Well, David Tuckman will be here in the booth with me.
Watch this.
Cammy has raised here. Looks like to 25 out of C2. She's got a king-queen offsuit.
I don't know why I'm laying stuff down.
Oh, God. That hurt. Oh, man. That nailed right in the head.
And she's going to take it down.
Did I get a rebate? Yeah.
Well, I have a suit of days.
I was hoping.
Because she's
Watch this right here. Look at the screen.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna call. If I have a suit of days and I get some huge drop, it's not worth it.
Line 2.
I said I'm not gonna call it with a suit of days because there's no money.
Pocket nines there for Ken in seat 4. And Adam's going to raise with 4-5 offsuit. And Adam makes it 50 to go with pocket
No.
nines.
No, that's
Ken
Ken.
makes it 50
Yeah.
to go with pocket nines.
All right, so do I. You must have 5-4.
Oh, that is
Wow,
weird.
that is really weird. He calls his hand out, says you must have 5-4. The flop is ace 5-7. Check, check. Turn is a 6. So now Adam's got an open-ended straight draw with a pair. He bets 75, and Ken quickly calls. Why didn't Ken bet on the flop in position? So now the pot...
They look like 65. to
Pot's
me.
about 250. And
Oh.
the river's a 5, and Adam has made trip 5s. 250 in the pot.
Hang on here. Bet 95.
He's going to bet 95. And he shows a 5. And he shows 4-5.
I knew you had 4-5. I call it pre-flop. Sucked out.
You let him suck out if you knew that's
Yeah.
what he had.
Yeah.
Knowing you have 4-5.
That was strange.
I had it and really not thinking I had it. Like just saying
If I
it.
thought you had it, why would I?
I didn't think you really thought I had it. See, that's my problem.
There's too much thinking involved. My head was way ahead until you.
Of course you're right. Picked up a nice draw, though, in turn.
So did I. I didn't make.
No, I didn't want to.
Here you have your favorite hand there, seat 1, ace 10.
Well, if anyone's going to overplay it, it's going to be at this table. Well, he limps
That's
in.
true.
Got about 7
I think he was in the
people.
blind.
7 people in the pot. 8-5 deuce. It looks like someone's got 5 deuce. It's Ryan in seat 7. And Cammy has led out here with queen 5.
And Ryan's not messing around there.
No. He's going to raise bottom 2 pairs. He makes it 110. And Ryan takes it down. We have a couple more hands left. Hope you enjoyed tonight's show. It was a pretty loose table.
Yeah, it was
Stay in
a
for
lot of
more.
action. Mhm.
Join us tomorrow where we see a lot of action in the big game. And then I'm not exactly sure what we have on tap for Saturday. Possibly a marker chip game. Seems like everyone was having a lot of fun with
Oh,
that.
yeah, the pink chips.
No, I showed him the 4 first.
Queen 10-8 here on the flop. Couple of hearts.
I needed an 8 on the turn. Or
JMX there. He's got an open-ended straight draw.
Got this check to you, yeah.
8 comes, give me.
And he's going to take a card.
Yeah.
Turn is a 5.
25.
And Adam's going to make a bluff at it. Oh, he's got deuce 10.
He has the best
Yeah,
hand.
he's got second pair.
It's not worth it, you know? You want the $10?
Yeah, Jack,
And JMX. And look at this. Cammy's going to call with bottom pair with 6-8. The river's a 7.
Well, there you go. She's at least making a move.
Well, she's made. Yeah, she's just still got a pair.
I know, but she's making a move. With
She's gonna bet.
representing the flush, yeah. Although her bets are way too small.
Yep. Can't quite tell. $40 bet here.
Oh.
Look at this. She gets him to lay it down. You're right. She needs to increase the size of her bets.
Yes.
Yeah.
She was going to make a move there. I mean, that wasn't a bet to make. I mean, $40. Anybody with a pair would normally call.
Well, I think it's one of those things where, I've made my flush. I'm just gonna bet a tiny bit so that you can call me. And a lot of people think, well, she's got the flush.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be the last hand of the night.
I look better.
What's that? You look better.
We're like picking cars.
Yes, you do look better tonight, Shirley.
That's not what I said, dork.
How about we put you in one of those Poker Babe shirts? I mean, the bombshell model shirts.
Yeah, they had the
Those
what? The
pink
little.
shirts.
Uh huh.
What's your name there in seat 2?
$45 raise here, it looks like. And I think it's from Adam in seat 3. He's got pocket 7s. And he's going to take it down.
Well, that's a boring last hand.
I think we're going to... Can we... Oh, that's going to do it for us tonight.
All right.
So, we had an interesting night. It was a 3 to 500 game, a lot of loose action.
Right.
And of course, the blinds in this game are 5 and 5. It's probably the best game for your money because you can buy in for 500, which is about 100 times the big blind. But tomorrow night, we're going to be doing our 10-20 no limit game, where the minimum buy-in is $1,000. So join us tomorrow at 6 o'clock. For Shirley Rosario, I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.